Good morning, everybody. My name's 12 Gauge. Welcome to my channel, 12 Gauge Investigative. I am your host. I hope everybody had a wonderful Wednesday. As I'm losing my days for some reason. Rondi Potter. Raina days ahead. Hi, Rolo. My name's not Rolo. You're in the wrong place. Anyways, I hope that you guys are ready for an awesome show. If you missed yesterday's live, it was a pretty good one. So you might go back and check that one out. I have a special guest today. And he's known to many, loved by many, and annoyed by few. So let me bring him to the stage.
He's not everyone's cup of tea, though, is he?
No.
Hey, man, where'd you get that cool voice filter, man? You sound like a radio announcer. You got that deep voice.
Well, I would trade it in for my original voice any day. I mean, this thing is pretty rough, bro.
I bet. It doesn't sound like it's any fun at all.
No.
Hey, Rondi. Hey, Texas. And
hey,
Raina.
Texas, how's it going? I was gonna say I didn't know Rollo was going live, so I guess you mistook the wrong place. I'm not Rollo. I'm sorry.
Are you identifying as Rolo today?
No. Rollo has his own channel. I'm not even
Who
sure
could
what
I
it's
be?
called.
No, I won't even say. I don't want to start stuff.
Yeah, please don't. No. You can be Federal Agent Jeff Heish.
Yeah, Special Agent Jeff reporting for duty, sir.
Yeah,
How's my? Am I loud enough? I haven't used my little
you're
mic
fine.
box in a while. Okay, good.
Raina, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just giving you a little static. As I told you guys earlier, we're gonna go back into the house because Jeff and I did a video like this before, but for some reason I thought that no, you're fine. You don't need to go away.
No, Raina, you're cool. Welcome.
You're cool. You're cool. I don't want anybody to feel unwelcome here. I was just giving you a hard time. Not intended to do anything else.
I've mistaken him for Rolo myself. Don't worry about it. It happens.
Yeah, he has. Now that the house is demolished, I mean, I look back through all my videos and all my emails and stuff, and I couldn't find it. And plus, I couldn't, the video that I did take of the live that I did do on the house, I only got portion of it. So it's really an awesome thing to be able to go back into the house. And it's always nice to discuss the case with somebody that knows it pretty well. You know what I mean? Somebody that isn't lost or, has their own different opinions as far as what you're trying to talk about. So, Texas says, don't feel bad. I'm unwanted too because I'm an asshole. No, you're not, bro. Everybody's wanted in here. What is that squeaky sound other than my voice? What's that squeaky sound, Jeff?
What's a squeaky sound? Is that your mouse?
Ronnie was asking what that squeaky sound was. Let me go ahead.
That's my dog chewing on his dog toy. I know you thought it was me chewing on a dog toy, but it's actually Nanook.
Yeah, I thought it was you. So, here we are in the kitchen area. Okay, it won't let me For some reason, it won't let me walk over here.
I think if you click on that target-looking circle, it will
Okay. All
kind of
right.
not really walk, but transport.
Okay, so it lets you move. All right. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. Those used to be disabled. Remember, you only got like one view. They took away all these links, but for some reason now they're back.
Okay. Okay, it was this one says, you want to read that, Jeff?
Yeah, the male. This is from affidavit, page 4 and 5. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. That's from
Okay,
the
so
Brett
now
Payne PCA.
thank you. Okay, so as we know, based on a lot of things that we've seen and um over these last 2 years, we know a lot about this house because I've done videos on it. I've done photos on the house. I've done all kinds of stuff on this house. And what one thing that I did notice that was intriguing to me was there was lights strung up outside this patio, and those lights were on. So let's go back into the perpetrator coming in through the sliding door. I've heard multiple theories on this sliding glass door, some of which have coincided with Jeff's own theory at the very beginning when him and I started talking, that this sliding glass door could have been broken. Or that the lock could have been installed improperly and all that would have had to do was raise up on the slider and open it up. What do you think
Right.
about
Yeah,
that?
mine was. Yeah, my sliding glass door looks almost identical, and the lock was installed upside down. So yeah, all you had to do was kind of on the handle from the outside, you just kind of lift it up and kind of do a wheelie with that edge, and it just lifts up off the lock and slides right open. Um, so I even shot a bunch of video of my door and thought, but then I started looking at photos of the door of this house, and I couldn't see anything that made me think for certain that the lock was installed upside down. It appears in shots where it looks like you'd think it's probably locked. It was in the little lever was in the right position. So I kind of let that go. I know some creators would like to do a video just to do a video, but when I saw that, it's like, what's the point of doing a video? I think I kind of answered my own question. But I mean, the one thing about the lock on the sliding glass door that's different from like the lock on the front door of the house, you can see it standing on the outside. I mean,
Yeah,
knowing which position is locked and unlocked, and you can probably see it from the back parking lot if you have a pair of binoculars. Um,
that's
so
true.
you can tell from the outside if it's locked or unlocked. And I mean, if you were thinking of doing something nefarious and you've been thinking about it for a while, and then this particular night you pull up there, you've driven through the parking lot, potentially 5 times, 4 times, prior to the one you decide tonight's the night. It's is it unlikely or impossible to sit in the back parking lot and say, "Oh my gosh, they left the door open tonight. This could be the night."
Right. And I believe that when they say it was a targeted attack, that's what they mean. The killer targeted this house for a reason, meaning that the 4 girls or however many targets he chose, they were going to be there. So the target was indeed that, with no
It's
other
like a
spec.
7-Eleven. There's a 7-Eleven that I just heard where I used to live across the street from, and they rammed a car through the front window and tried to steal the ATM machine. But that particular 7-Eleven is on a block where there's only two ways to get to it, either end of the street. And so what I'm trying to say is that you can target a location because it's just ideal for the crime that you're going to do. This particular place has a dark parking lot in the back. It's on a dead end. There's a big window. Maddie's got a big window that I've always described as like a drive-in movie theater screen. And if this person perhaps saw something through that window that he wanted and desired and then ruminated on for days upon days, um, yeah, that's why I see the house as being the target, and maybe
Right.
what he saw through the window, but the house lended itself for this crime.
Okay, so let's say the perpetrator's already in the house. If I recall correctly, there was a table right here with these bar stools around it. There was all kind of stuff on it, on the table.
Right.
And this obviously is a pantry. What's this right here? That's a rock. Oh, no. Obviously, in some of the photos we've seen, we've seen a little plant right here by the window. And before anything was probably moved from that table over here to this sink area, that's all that probably would have been there. That little plant, and maybe a couple dirty dishes or whatever. So
I
this
think
would
over the kitchen sink too, or I wonder if
okay,
this. I think the kitchen sink is actually in the wrong position. No, it is near the window. It's in the
yeah.
corner. I always thought it was right under the window. But there's
Go ahead
also like
and
a plaque above that window that said something like something about like home. It was a. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe somebody remembers what the little placard was above that window in
go
the
ahead,
kitchen.
go ahead and read that for me, please.
Yeah, it's from affidavit page 3. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Says at the bottom, this crime scene photo shows a DoorDash order near the kitchen sink with Xana's name, but it may not be the actual order she received on the night of the event.
Well, I'm glad that they put that right there. It may not be.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you think about how many, let's say they walked through that whole house, right? How many more Jack in the Box, Panda Express, KFC, multitudes of fast food restaurants, pizza boxes did they actually find
Right.
throughout the place?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily verify the night that was delivered, but it does say that, I mean, it's got her name on it, so it does say that she does order that, or unless it was a bag that she picked up and that had her name on it. But it sure seems to me that's a delivery order. That looks like
Right.
a sticker they'd put on a delivery order bag.
And here's a clear picture of the 1122 King Road kitchen. It is just as you see in this 3D, but it's still distorted in this 3D view for some reason. You know what I mean? Because I'm not even okay. That's still better, but you still can't back up and see it. You know what I mean?
Can you
And so,
does your mouse have a scroll wheel? Because I think on mine, if I use the scroll wheel, it zooms in and out. So try zoom all the way back. When you zoom all the way back, it probably gives you the closest representation of and it's like a wide angle lens, so it is distorting and stretching things.
yeah. So
But
this would be the view the killer would have seen. No telling how dark or how illuminated the house was at this point, or how much those lights from the patio really illuminated that house. Do you think that, he was able to see a lot more with those lights illuminating from the outside? So he was able to tell which direction to go. Like, um, if he moved forward, he'd be right here. The lights would be behind him. I mean, you're an expert on, not an expert, but you know more about lighting than the normal guy. So if
yeah,
those lights were beaming in, would they be going forward or would they be going to the side?
yeah. I mean, if you think of it like a flashlight, when you hold a flashlight on a path and you're walking on a dark path, the light is cast ahead of you. So this light is going to be from behind him, casting in the direction of he's traveling. So it would help him. He's not walking into the light and blinded like he does you'll get to it, but I mean the good vibes light in his eyes. But so yeah, I think it could be. The other thing too is I hope that when the police arrived, they had their body cams on and were able to document what lights were on, and and hopefully there's no anybody that came into the house before the police got there didn't turn on or turn off any lights. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because if he's standing right here, I don't know if y'all can see this little hand, but obviously that light would have been projecting enough probably for him to see the doorway here and maybe up the staircase. I mean, and he'd been casing the house all those times. He would have known, the back of the house layout, you would thought.
I think too, the light would be coming through the kitchen window where the table, there's no table there in this 3D model, but where that little square table was, light's going to be coming through there. Light's going to be coming through the sliding glass door. So I think there's probably enough light to see stuff, but he's coming in on the second floor. And if his goal is to get to the window he sees on the top floor, the third floor, all he's really got to do is go in and look for the first set of stairs going up. And
Right.
as you come in that door, it's almost like it guides you. I don't know if you've ever done like laser tag, in a place. It's basically guides you along. You go where you're supposed to go. You don't.
Right.
I
So
mean, could have gone
do
left, sure, but I
let's
think he's looking for steps going up.
right. Let's do a couple different scenarios, okay? Let's go. He went in and went to Susanna and Ethan's room first. Let me zoom out here. So instead of going right up the steps, because we heard that at the very beginning, he didn't have to go upstairs. So let's go this way first, okay? Into the living room. So he would have been coming from the slider into the living room. And as you stated, this good vibe sign would have been on. And this is the luxury we have. This is possibly the view that the perpetrator saw that night. That's if this light was on. You know what I mean? You hear me, Jeff? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's right. The good vibe. Actually, there's a photo of from the outside with the handprint on the window where I think you get a pretty good sense of how bright that good vibes light is, because it's a photo taken at night, and I think
Right.
that's the only light that's lit.
So if he would have came in, there would have been illumination from the outside porch right here. And the lighting probably would have been bouncing off this wall a little bit, plus this good vibes sign. So the individual walks this way, sees the bedroom. Let me see where the little thing is for me to move down there. Let me turn on the light.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that dark representation in this 3D model, I think, is a little darker than what it would actually be.
So this is the connecting hallway. And I was always confused. I didn't know where the bathroom was at the very beginning, but this is the bathroom. So you walk in, there's a shower, there's a sink, and there's a washer and dryer connection. Here's the door. So the shower and everything is to your right. Here's the sink and
Something that just hit me that I've never thought of until this moment, but does anybody ever do their laundry at 3 a.m.? And does your machine make as much noise as mine does that you wouldn't be able to hear things you might normally be able to hear?
Hey, that's
I
a
didn't
good
realize I didn't realize there were a washer and dryer in that bathroom.
Yeah, what if here we go with the what ifs, right?
Yeah, plenty
What
of
if
those.
what if he threw the towel in the sink, got it nice and wet, threw it in the dryer, put it on for an hour, and then just had the washer tumbling? Would have never really heard anything else after that but that tumble of the towel, right?
Well, I was thinking more that the people who live there, one of them would have been maybe thrown their laundry in, and then you went to bed. I mean, it's a long shot. It's like I said, the thought just hit me as I saw the washer and dryer. But when you're trying to figure out what would the reasons be that two survivors didn't hear much? I mean, my mind first goes to do they own noise canceling headphones? I'm wearing a pair right now, and I've got two other pairs, so I own three pair of noise canceling headphones. Is there something making noise that is keeping them from like a dryer or a washing machine? Um, you know, that's just where my mind is going.
Yeah, Tom says it would be more light. 12 gauge, that wall with all the lights was one. Okay. So, this bathroom was huge. It's really huge. And so that's the information with this. Okay, this is the demolition photo of the bathroom. I've never seen this before. So they actually overhead the shower where it was located at on the demolition. That's pretty cool.
So the shower head there is facing the door that you go through to go into the bathroom. Is that right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it'd be a long shot that somebody's doing laundry at 4 a.m., but who knows? I know if I've got like a job in the next morning and I didn't do laundry, I'm throwing in like just a shirt and pants to wear the next day. But yeah, this was probably partying, as somebody said in the chat, not doing chores like laundry.
I mean, but you just never know at this point. There's other things being said that are probably just as ironic, but not, I don't want to call any names, but that aren't really within this dimension of reality. This is speculation that Ethan was found here due to the ambiguous interpretation of the affidavit. Xana was found on the floor of bedroom 2B. So if Ethan, what do you think, Jeff? Do you think he was found out here, or do you think he was found? Because this is my thinking. Let me finish my thought, then I'll let you answer, okay? Because if the surviving roommates came down the hall, saw Ethan right here in the hallway, and then went and tried to open the door but couldn't open it, they would have called Hunter, said, hey, Ethan's not waking up. But wouldn't they have seen the blood?
Right. Yeah, even in this 3D model, I think when you go inside, it shows that the other possible location of Ethan is on the bed. But yeah, I assume, again, and the reason I assume, actually, Tom Van said he'd. Oh, you got a StreamYard link for him. Good. I assume that because the 911 call, I don't think said somebody's deceased. It makes me believe that they were on the other side of the door and they didn't know what kind of situation they were dealing with. They just knew that their roommates weren't coming to the door to open the door and they couldn't get in for some reason. Whether there's a body blocking the door or whether the door was locked, I don't know. But the whole actually no, well, let me know when you think if I could share my theory about possibility of Ethan being in the bathroom when Xana was attacked. That closet is what brings it to mind. Yeah, because I mean, here's my thought process. A DoorDash order made me think of how my wife and I order food from Uber Eats. When food comes, it wouldn't surprise me for my wife to say, "Hey, no, you go wash your hands first." She's very stickler about washing hands. So that's why I imagine Ethan going into the bathroom and is in the bathroom. Add to that if the dryer's going, that's a whole nother thing that could mess with the sound. But Ethan's in the bathroom, Xana's in here doing TikToks, and I, for some reason, imagine Xana with her back to the door. Footsteps coming up into the room, she might assume are Ethan's coming back from the bathroom, but they're actually the killer. If the killer then uses the butt end of the K-bar knife like a hammer, knocks her unconscious to the floor, but then starts to hear somebody's coming from the bathroom, kind of like in Pulp Fiction with John Travolta coming out of the bathroom. All that killer's got to do is take 2 steps into that closet or near that closet, and he's not seen by Ethan coming out of the bathroom. Ethan comes out of the bathroom and sees Xana on the floor, knocked partially unconscious and crying, or whimpering maybe. And what does Ethan say, like any good boyfriend? It's okay, I'm going to help you. Maybe he assumes that she's drunk and passed out and fell, whatever, you know. As Ethan would come in, the killer is in the closet there. Ethan's not a big guy, right? Everybody says, how could a big guy be taken down? But a big guy that's ambushed from behind with basically a hammer to the head. I think personally, I think that's an explanation for how these two lost their lives to this one killer in this room.
Well, let's say that that scenario is plausible, because anything's plausible at this point. But that makes a lot of sense if you're looking at this closet area, because a lot of people, I don't think, have ever really noticed the closet area right there. That's a perfect place for anybody to hide, especially if she came out. Okay, let's do the timeline here, because that's essential in this whole thing. DoorDash was delivered around 4-ish, right? So 4-ish, she goes down, either grabs the DoorDash, comes back up. As soon as she grabbed the DoorDash, after she grabbed the DoorDash, didn't she say there's someone here?
Well, yeah, the PCA says that it could be Kaylee perhaps saying that, or Xana. There's someone here. It does make sense that there's someone here. There's a DoorDash order here. There's someone here also makes sense if it's Kaylee. The dog has alerted Kaylee to someone across the hall, and she's
Right.
walking across the hall, and that's what Dylan hears. There's someone
Okay,
here.
so what I'm saying is this: is okay. She got the DoorDash order. She's walking back into her room. By that point, the killer would have already supposedly been in the house 7 minutes after, right? So she would have already been in her room. So what that would have been quite a bit of time um for for Ethan to be out of that room. You know what I mean? So he could have been showering. He could have, there could have been anything happening before he entered back into the room, as you're stating, right?
That's interesting. I never thought about showering. I mean, that would be one thing would be easy to tell. Um, I would imagine if he's come back out of the room, he's just showered. And they wouldn't necessarily put that in the PCA, but they surely
Yeah.
could bring that up in trial.
Those of you that are just coming in, okay, we're going
Which
with
which door are you talking about, Sergeant Friday?
we're going with the second floor first. We're going with the second floor. The attacker going through the second floor first, and then going upstairs. So this is
Also,
not
too,
the end.
can I correct something that I see a lot of people do? And I know it's not intentional, but Raina even did it here. Because the PCA doesn't say the word here. It doesn't say, it's okay, I'm here to help you, even though everybody says that's the quote. It's okay, I'm going to help you. The word here, when you put it in there, to me, that instantly sounds like it's not somebody that you're familiar with. It's like an officer. It works great for those that want to say, oh, the police did this and they set it all up and it's okay, I'm here to help you. Or it's just a twisted, demented thing a killer would say to somebody that's about to finish them off. But the word here doesn't appear in that quote in the PCA.
Ronnie says, or they could have been having sex, They finished up. He goes to clean up while she goes and grabs the DoorDash. She comes back up. The killer meets her in the closet, like you say, knocks her out, or knocks her in the head with the K-bar. Ethan comes out of the shower. He's hiding behind in the closet, takes him out. And then here we go. The whimpering, the crying. He obviously thinks he's wounded her enough that she's going to die, right? Because all these, I'd like to think that not to be morbid or anything like that, but some of these individuals that were stabbed, I'm sure were stabbed and died almost instantly, while the others, unfortunately, didn't die as quick. I believe that Xana didn't die as quickly as Ethan did, based on the injuries that we've been told about. So, he does what he does in here.
I don't think Sergeant Friday's talking about Dylan's opening Xana's door. I don't remember hearing that. I don't picture Dylan ever being anywhere except in her own room. I don't know where, you know.
I don't know what that is either. I think he's talking about she opened the door 3 times.
Yeah,
Maybe 10.
her own bedroom door, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the things that when you were talking there, the things that come to my mind. Now Xana did a post. Now I'm trusting a website called Unfurl to calculate and determine when these TikTok posts that she did happened. She posted the word queen at 3:45 on someone's TikTok post, and at 4:12 she posted the words that never forget the foundation in the bathtub. So that's 4:12, and at 4:17, which is 5 minutes later, the light bulb camera next door to this house captures like a thud. Um, so I'm
Look at
trying to
this.
figure out the timeline wise. If that's his car scene at 4:07 30 seconds, passing by the Linda Lane camera, what time do you think he's in the house? If that's him driving past the house at a kind of a high rate of speed. That's the kind of thing that I noticed too. The fifth pass by that camera is a high rate of speed going in, and then he's described as leaving the scene at a high rate of speed. But you think he's in the house by like what, 4:09 maybe?
I don't know. The timeline is so minuscule. Like it has so many precise, almost down to the second. What I was thinking, what you said, as soon as she got the DoorDash, she came up and just started scarfing down on it. But look at this little window, right? Or not window, but look at this little area right here. It's kind of a blind spot to the door. This is the corner of the room. If the bed was off the wall, you could have stood right here and ambushed anybody. They would have been none the wiser. Sometimes we assume that the killer ambushed them with them seeing him. Wouldn't it make more sense that the killer would have been standing? He could have seen Xana go downstairs, waited to see her walk by and go downstairs, walk down this hallway really fast, come through this area right here, and waited. Because what if he didn't know Ethan was there? Ethan come through the door first. He had to take him out. He falls on the bed. And then Xana comes back up. She sees it, starts crying. He knocks her in the head, slices her up, and then goes upstairs. Kind of almost the same thing you said with your theory, but it's a different perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think for me the whole thing is that there's two surviving roommates that didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, other than sounds like somebody crying and somebody saying it's okay, I'm going to help you. That sounds like a relationship thing going on between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. As a roommate, do you really need to get involved with that? Sounds like it's resolved, right? The last thing you heard was it's okay, I'm going to help you. You can go to sleep now. The dog, it sounded like somebody's playing with the dog upstairs. If Dylan heard what she thought was Kaylee's voice crossing the hall saying, there's someone here, she could also assume that Kaylee left her room with the dog, entered Maddie's room, and then they started playing with the dog on the bed. Right? And so
Yeah.
Eventually,
Hey,
that
Tom.
playing with the dog sound stops, and now she can go to bed. So third floor is resolved. Across the hall is resolved. Dylan can put her noise canceling headphones on, perhaps, and go back to sleep.
Hey,
I
Tom.
added the
Thank
headphones.
you for being here.
That was an ordeal to get in.
I bet. Thank you for fighting through all that madness to get in here.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Tom, good to see you.
So you came in with us going on this scenario first. Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Well, first of all, I wanted to talk about on that wall from the TikTok, there was over 200 lights on there when those girls were imitating each other. And that was on after the murders, and it was when they were filming from outside. So that Good Vibe Signs has a lot of light, but that wall behind the couch had over 200. That room was going to be lit up. He would have plenty of ways to see where he was going.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up that picture of the handprint on the living room window and see if you can't get a sense of the light. Yeah, because that was a lot of lights, and commend you for counting 200 lights. What's
So
that Beatles song? Now we know
you're
how many
talking
holes it
about
takes to.
Hey, Tom, you're talking about, when they were sitting on the couch and they
Right,
were
and
in the.
right behind him on the wall, they had the sheet, light linen, see-through type sheet, for lack of a better word. And I stopped the TikTok. I counted over 200, and the lights are of various sizes. So that's what was going to give the main illumination in there. And these things were always on. And plus, Maddie's room had a lot of lights in there too.
Yeah, each one of them had like Christmas lights hanging
Right.
around them. Yeah.
Yeah. That TikTok
So,
video is one that shows how lit up it really was.
yeah. So it
Let
would
me see if I
have.
can find that for you.
I mean, because I believe as well as what you're saying is we've always thought, at least the majority of people I've talked to, have always thought it was really dark
No.
walking through this living room. You know what I mean? It's easy to believe that. It's easy to believe that though.
Yeah, but
You know?
those ladies, I shouldn't say girls, those women made a lot of TikToks in that house. And it was anybody could see it. They don't need a map of the house, basically, even from it.
Right. This thing
Um,
just keeps teleporting you downstairs on some of the little arrows.
I did miss some of what Jeff was saying when I was in at the back room there trying to get in, but so
You
I
didn't
don't know.
miss much. It's just Jeff.
So as far as let's talk about sweeping the house. Let's say you're not military, but yet you know enough to cover the potential danger spots, okay?
Hmm.
Because as he came in through the slider, you're gonna try to find all the hidden areas to protect you from getting caught off guard, correct? So
Um,
this stairway would be an unseen area. Somebody could be walking up it. Somebody could be walking
I
down the
don't
stairs.
I don't know if he went through all that Intel type 12 gauge. I think he came in. This is just my opinion. I think he came in. He had a target, which was most likely Maddie, and he
Yeah.
went up. He went up to take care of that first because if she was the target, you got to take care of that first. You don't want to be messing with other people and then not hit your target. Technically, if you came into the house, you would neutralize the whole floor you're on and go up or down. But he didn't do
Mhm.
that. I don't think he was trying to kill 4 people. I think that things went sideways with Kaylee being there and it changed things and with Xana being awake. That's just my opinion.
Well, I like your opinion. I mean, I really don't think what I was just saying either. I'm just, throwing different things out there. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of million theories that we can devise from this layout. You know what I mean? I've heard different areas where the food could have been placed on a banister right here and it was never eaten.
DoorDash doesn't figure big into me for this 12 gauge. I think it's interesting, but I think that DoorDash was there and gone. If this was Brian, he would know that. He would know that then now somebody's up. So he came in, and I think he just went right upstairs. And if he was
Right.
smart, he'd walk on the stairs, hugging the wall, because that's where it's least likely to squeak
Right.
due to how nails work. And then he
Well,
went
here's
up.
that video. Here's that video you were talking about. They put it actually as a link here.
Yeah.
God, it smells like dirty dick in here. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. Oh my God, it's 9:10. Guys, can anybody drop me to class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I'm supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. Did anybody do their chores today? Fuck, I'm just gonna do it.
Now see that wall?
Oh, shit, you guys. It's 8. Gotta go. Thanks, Colin. Oh, thanks, Colin.
That's a lot of light.
Oh my God, I look horrid. Oh, Murphy, you look so cute. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here. You're fucking stinking this shit out. Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation? Dana, where are you going? Yeah, I gotta go pull you out. Failed 2 of them already. Dana, do like a wine night? Like, let's just do a wine night.
Okay, so what you're saying is those lights right here in the background.
They were on when Idaho State Police forensics team was there. Those were always on through the window when reporters were filming, them inside working. So that light would be on, and that would illuminate the living room much more than the Good Signs vibe.
Okay.
Hey, 12 gauge. I've got the video here too. Same video, but if you wanted to watch it in slow mo or pause it, I've got it here for you.
Okay, let me see.
That's a good point, though. What Tom was saying. Like, if you can imagine if Kaylee hadn't been there and Xana hadn't ordered anything, would Xana and Ethan probably been asleep? He'd have come in. He'd have probably did what he did to Maddie and just left. And yeah, I agree with the possibility of everything just going sideways. And now it's just you just got to get out of the house and
Well, my theory, Jeff, is that going back to when he was doing the forensic stuff, when he put out that checklist of how people felt when they were committing a crime, and he was interested in the actual feelings, the emotions, and he easily, for me, he could decide, I'm going to do one person to see what it's like myself. He may have had a run-in with Maddie at the Greek restaurant, and she said something, or she just may represented people in his life, because when he was bullied, his friends stated that it was mostly girls that were bullying him in high school. So he might have had something that way, and he's just going to do this. I mean, we don't think like that, but if he wanted to, I don't think he was prepared to go in and kill all those people to do that. That's a big order for somebody, especially the first time.
Yeah.
And I think that also he probably would have brought a firearm. He owned 2 just for backup in case he had really, scorched earth thing. I got to kill everybody and get out of there.
Now, like in the Delphi case, I assume that the presence of a gun kept the girls from screaming out. I mean, do you think could be what happened here? Because I mean, it all points for me. The thing I have to figure out for myself is that there's 2 roommates that didn't hear much, and so it's like, what is the explanation for it being a relatively quiet and quick crime?
Well, that's the big question, Jeff. We said if you're going to go in there, if you're planning this, noise is going to be your number one concern unless you don't care about getting caught. So what is your plan? Do you knock them out? Do you, do you pull a gun on them? They're not going to scream. And I don't think people they will react how they're going to react. So that's not a good plan. I think I like the knocking him out, but he maybe not have done that.
Right.
And then when Kaylee woke up, and she's probably going to try to get away from the knife, and she only has one way to go. I just don't think she came in, though. I know you thought that, Jeff, because if she opened that door, the first thing she's going to do is not try to help her. She's going to scream and run down the stairs and get help. So I think she woke up. He might have knocked him out. She woke up. I don't think a stun gun was used because you can still scream with a stun gun. I think they just woke up and then they were already in fight mode, not flight mode. And if he, as we saw,
So guys, I want to answer this question right quick. Allie says she's confused about the 3 windows in the front of the house on the 3rd floor. She didn't think Maddie and Kaylee had windows in their rooms other than the area, the one window in Maddie and the slider in the back.
No, they each had a window in their room.
But on the front window on the 3rd floor on the left, that's the bathroom window. The middle one is the hallway, and then the 3rd one to the right is Kaylee's room. Yeah. So Maddie only has a window that faces the back, like I say, like a drive-in movie theater screen for a perv or a stalker or a creeper.
Hey, Sergeant Friday said.
So this. Go ahead.
He said Tom's opinion fits a killer who was in that house all along. I don't think he was in the house all along.
Okay. What I'm focusing right now is the living room area. Let's try to stay on cue here because it's easy to drift off into other things because we're actually walking through the house. So I want to stay on cue here so that anybody watching this is not going to be confused as to what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, as you were saying in that video that we just watched, there was a big old banner with lights on it on that far wall. Mm-hmm. That would have lit up that room, as you were saying, plus the good vibes light, plus a little bit of light from the back porch. So that would have been not as dark an area as I'm going to use myself as an example because when I first thought about all this, even before looking at any of this, I thought it was a very dark, like they were talking about using night vision goggles in order to maneuver through the house and things like that. I thought to myself, man, that has to be a dark ass house in order for them to go in there and do what they did. And as we're going through the living room, we're stepping down as you saw Bethany step down and run up the stairs. This step, many have opinions about it as to did the killer trip on the step? Did he go trip up the step? He tripped going down the steps. If we're being logical and if we're being analytical as well, we're gonna think a little bit about this step right here. If you've done any kind of research on this house whatsoever, which I'm pretty certain he did, you'd be able to see this step because I've seen multiple pictures on different websites that have identified this step right here. So if you are doing your surveillance digitally, you're going to be looking for the unknowns. And that is what they call an unknown right here. Many people, if they don't know the layout of the house, they're going to run through, or not run, they're going to walk and probably not even be looking for the step and trip, wouldn't you say? Either one.
I think with all the lights in the living room, he would see that when he first came in, 12 gauge.
Okay.
Now that's, it's he could have tripped, sure, but if he would have tripped, I think that Dylan would have heard that.
Right.
One of the theories that I had was, why didn't he see Dylan? And yeah, one of my theories was that if he tripped on that step on the way to Xana's room, he may have been looking down at the step to make sure he didn't do that again. Combine that with the good vibes light shining in his face. That was kind of an explanation for me of why he might not have seen Dylan with their door cracked open and watching him walk by.
I think he saw her, Jeff, personally. But with that loud thud, the dog starts barking. He doesn't know if Dylan called the police. And he's trapped back there because there's only one way in and one way out of that neighborhood. And that's through Green Road, King Road. So he might not have had time to deal with her, and he just has got to get out. And that would also explain the car leaving at a high rate of speed. He's got to get out of that chokehold, if you will.
Do you think, and I only say this because of, my hammering them in the head first before killing them methodology.
Let's wait.
But
Let's
but just
wait with that. Let's wait with that, Jeff, because we're going upstairs, and then you can present that. Okay.
but no, this is still regarding standing there seeing Xana. If he saw Xana, is it possible with all the other four, hit him in the head, they don't know it's coming, slice him up? In this situation, now he's face to face with Xana. If he slices her, her blood goes all over him. In the other four, he's able to control the blood spray. In this situation, better to just let her go, not take her blood into your car and just get out of there. He probably feels semi-clean of anything damning to himself DNA-wise from the girls and Ethan.
Well,
I would believe that not all knife wounds are going to be spraying blood. Some of them are going to be leaking into the body based on the trajectory of the knife wound. And that has been stated in a lot of the videos that we've seen, that not everything is a gusher, so to speak. So maybe on the tear out, maybe on grabbing the knife out of the body, there might be a little splatter. But as far as, you stab somebody, it's not instantly going to be like a huge, big old blood splatter on you.
But if Xana's on the witness stand too, I imagine a question for her would be, do you think the killer saw you? And I think she'd probably be able to determine, maybe, if she remembered if there's a chance he saw her or not. She might say, no, my door was just open a crack and I was just looking through. And I saw as he passed through that good vibes light, and I saw his eyebrows and his mask.
So I got a question then, Jeff, playing devil's advocate here.
Sure.
If Brian was coming down the stairs to leave, and then he hears Xana saying, for example, somebody's here, and now Ethan and Xana might hear them starting to come out, Dylan would have heard it if this altercation of Xana was closer to him. The talking would be much more strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going back to what Dylan has said, because we really haven't heard her talk. And there's probably be a lot more at trial, what actually she heard and that and so forth. So I think that he came down. I think he closed the door from upstairs after he was done. And that makes sense, because if you close and lock the door and then you leave, that gives you time to get away, because somebody has to break the door down if they are awake and going to do something. Whereas if you leave the door open, then what's going to happen is you can call the police right away and they can be out there within minutes. So I think
Right.
he closed the doors, and I think he heard Xana, and why he went back there to deal with her, maybe, I don't know. But I think that they were unaware. He knew what he was going to do. I just don't think I think he had to deal with them for some reason in his mind.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, I
that's
think too, closing the doors is going to control the smell as well. And is it possible that that's something someone who's studied this kind of thing would be conscious of?
No, we don't learn about smells and stuff like that, Jeff.
I think
It's not. No, I
big
mean
pro-
that is done in different type of law enforcement training. I mean, the criminal justice stuff is mainly the court processes, the investigative stuff. I mean, they don't really go into the smells and all that stuff. They really don't. Not at least the portion that I've gone through almost, and I'm almost complete with the first part of it. You know what I mean?
I see. I got you. So maybe closing the doors buys him time, but it's not that he's thinking, well, the next
Right.
day they won't smell it, that'll buy me even more time. It's just kind of an added benefit of having the door
I mean,
closed.
if you're putting yourself in the mind of a killer, you're walking in, the first door you see, you probably turn the doorknob, see if it's open. You look at Dylan's door right there. Who's to say that turning of the doorknob didn't wake her up at 4, whatever she said, and then she heard Kaylee supposedly playing with her dog? He could have woken her up by turning that doorknob and then heading up the stairs. We don't know
Right.
that because it wasn't stated in the PCA like that. But as somebody who is a logical thinker, I would think that if I was going through a house that I kind of knew about, I would know which ones were bedrooms. I'd be turning doorknobs, which ones were unlocked, and that'd be the first one that I'd go into. And
Right.
possibly the reason that he went into Maddie's could have been that she had her door open. No other reason. You know, if
True.
Kaylee has her door shut, because hers is the first door up these stairs. As we're walking, see, you walk up these stairs one way, you walk up these stairs the other way, and see, Kaylee's is the first one to the left here. So this would be Kaylee's room. So if he turned this doorknob and it was locked, why would you waste any time? You would be going, you'd see, presumably the bathroom door would have been open. So you'd be like, oh, that's the bathroom. And then you see this door wide open or cracked. How I'm going to go with the first one I see. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah. I would think so. Yeah, you'd go for the door that's open. And actually, that door being open, you'd probably know that that door's open visually from the back parking lot. You might see you might see some that he could maybe have seen that she's passed out in bed. Actually, back to what Tom was saying earlier about because Tom said something a couple days ago in a live that made me rethink Kaylee walking across the hall. I think my new theory is actually that they could be in the same room under a comforter. If you're under a comforter and trying to scooch back away from a knife that's coming at you, I can see. I mean, all the bed is going to be rocking. It's going to sound like I know when my dog jumps up on my bed and we're yelling at him, "Hey, get out of here! What are you doing?" He's like, get mud all over the bed sheets and everything. That's a noisy type of thing. But it also makes sense of where they found Kaylee kind of scooched up in the corner. It sounds like she was trying to get away from an attacker, and that's where she ended up. But if they're both under the blanket, and like I think Tom, you might have implied too that the blanket could have been used over their face, pillows could have been
Hello,
used.
well, see, noise is going to be your biggest problem. Other people are in the house, and if you don't take care of the noise, you're going to, then they'll call 911 if it's too much. Maybe not. They just, I don't know what they're used to noise wise in the house. They don't know if, like, Maddie doesn't know if Xana has friends over. Dylan doesn't know if they have friends over. I don't know
But
that part.
it is interesting to me that it was described as it sounds like someone playing with a dog. It wasn't described as a fight, or it sounded like a little more violent than I'd heard in the past. It sounded like someone playing with the dog. This is what comes back to your mind 8 hours after having a night's sleep. You're trying to recall what seemed like a normal night, except for maybe this guy that walked by you that was kind of weird.
But Jeff, hold on a second.
Mhm.
Hold on a second. What you're doing is what everybody does.
What's that?
Even myself. We're taking every little piece that's in the PCA and we're trying to make it make sense. That could have been nothing more than just a placator. That could have been, look, what did you hear? Any sound that you remember hearing, smelling, seeing? Was there anything that you heard that was either usual, unusual? And she could have said, oh yeah, it sounded like Kaylee was playing with the dog. So I understand your point. I understand where you're getting at. I really do. But you have to focus that this individual that went in to kill these people, he didn't give a shit about what was going on around him. He was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was killing. And the fact that there were so many blondes in this house, they could have all been the target. How are you? I mean, if you know enough about this house, where the bedrooms are you really going to know which blonde you're killing? I mean, the only one that you would really know would be the tallest one, which would be Dylan, right? Because the others were pretty much the same height, almost the same stature. You're in a mindset You're in a mindset where you're just going in to take care of business. All this other stuff that's in the PCA was just written to make the story flow, to make the judge see how this potentially went down. It doesn't mean that that's how it went down. Does that make sense?
I'd be curious to know how much percentage of the PCA covers what they know or what they knew at the time the PCA was written. I mean, I know they don't have to reveal everything, but what percentage of information do you think it represents? Because I'm assuming Dylan said a lot more than just what they presented there. That's not, I assume that's not the whole conversation they had with her.
I would
Yeah.
say I would probably say 75%.
This is why we need Dylan's testimony and Bethany's. They're going to
Yeah.
fill in a lot of these blanks
Yeah.
because we know that at least what the police say is that he went up there first. Now he might have jiggled Dylan's door or not, or if he didn't care and Maddie was his only target, he would not necessarily do that. So we do need much more. We need the medical examiner, how many wounds each person had, etc. Like that too. Also,
Now, it makes me wonder why. I mean, I know there were early reports of one of the fathers changing a lock on the bedroom door, but if you think about the reason for the locks on the bedroom door, and you think that maybe they're more than just so your stuff doesn't get stolen while you're away, and they're to protect, females from a house that is a party house. Is it possible that, like you said, Dylan's doorknob is tried? That does wake her. Is it possible that she experiences frozen shock phase because for a moment she thinks, oh man, I remember my doorknob was tried and here's this weird guy walking by. That was a close call. Maybe he was intending to come in there and do something to me. And so that was, frozen shock phase. Again, it gets back to like her testimony will clarify, like, what did she even mean by frozen shock phase? And is that your representation of it? Is that what the officer called it?
the frozen shock phase is being blown out of proportion, Jeff, because even Dylan's little bit of testimony that Officer Payne has wrote, it said that she froze and she went into this, but we know she came out of it right away because she shut the door and locked it.
Mhm.
So, but everybody's taking it as this is an excuse for why Dylan didn't call 911, and I think they're misinterpreting what it. You can see somebody, you're shocked, you can't move, and then when the threat is gone, you're okay, and you do the necessary stuff.
Right.
You know what? One of the things that I learned from the police is what everybody should do actually is keep your car keys or fob right next to your bed, and if you hear a noise, click the panic button.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a good tip.
because I've been involved in this probate with some people, and I experienced somebody trying to open our door at 3:00 in the morning about a week ago. And these people are criminals, so I can't trust them. So I had to go, and talk to the police, and they told me keep that fob right next to your bed.
That's a good tip right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people, including myself, often it's, keys are near the front door. If I'm revealing anything to anybody that wants to come by my house, and that's changing today, though. Now it's going to be by my bed.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as the documents that are written in the PCA, all the 19 pages of it, the wording, people have torn that thing up and down, like dissected it, trying to find inconsistencies, trying to say, well, this is not what Dylan would have said. She's a 20-year-old kid. She doesn't use this kind of language. Well, who wrote it? Dylan or the police officer?
Payne wrote it.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Payne wrote it. He wasn't
right.
So I don't see that. I don't see a problem that nobody's saying Dylan. I don't think people are saying. Are they saying Dylan wrote it? Said that?
No, but they're saying that a kid her age, that's not the way she talks. She doesn't talk about someone
the word clad or like
frozen
Yeah.
frozen shock phase or anything like
No,
that.
that's pain. That's pain narrating.
Of course, and you don't need the exact. See, that's why it's so kind of annoying when people talk about the PCA because they don't understand it. They think the PCA is a list of evidence that's going to be presented only in court to show innocence or guilt, and that's not what it's for. The PCA is a probable cause to get an arrest warrant, a probable cause that is written in a way that shows the judge that this is more than likely the individual that had either a part of the crime or was more than likely the perpetrator. Nothing more, nothing less. All the
And when
little ins and
Mhm.
outs of it, or how it was spoken, or what they left out, what they put in. I read a affidavit last night that was 15 pages long, and it was more detailed down to the ink spot of how they got that individual, and they don't even have a body. So, to say that this wasn't enough evidence to arrest this individual, it just, in my opinion, foolish mindedness, because there's plenty of evidence in that PCA. There was more speculation at some points. Like, he could have written it like in the affidavit that I read last night. He was talking about the individual turning his phone off and locking it down and how they figured that out. He didn't say in his time as a police officer, this would indicate that the person committed a crime by turning off his phone. That was opinion in Payne's PCA, but in this other PC or affidavit, he didn't say any of that. He said through his training, through digital technology and all this stuff, this is how they had the understanding that this is what was going on at the time. It's all about wording. I mean, the PCA was written by an individual, obviously, who hadn't had very much experience in writing it. So let's cut the dude some slack. He fucked up on some of the areas, and let's move on with it. I mean, because the PCA is not going to solve your crime, no matter what you believe or think. You can read that thing 100 times a day, and you're still not going to know any more than everybody else who's reading the same document.
Yeah, I think they give it a hard time, and the use of the word clad. That somebody Dylan's age wouldn't use the word clad, but if Dylan were to say, well, I think he had a black hat, a black mask, black coveralls, I think maybe even black shoes, I could see Officer Payne saying, oh, so he was clad in black. All clad meaning all black, nothing. He's dressed it. It's just it seems like a quicker way to say. But yeah, I do agree that I think Payne needs to be cut a little slack. Um, on that PCA. It got the arrest, which is what they were, the purpose of it. So,
Right.
But this is the problem. This is the problem too, 12 gauge and Jeff, is that there's so little out there. For example, not deviating, but we have the Linda Lane, and now everybody's got the whole murder all in Linda Lane. That's all they have. And the same with the PCA. Now everybody thinks there's no evidence because they think the PCA has been debunked. And so now they want to free Brian, or all these conspiracy theories are happening because they're grasping onto the smallest thing that they do have, and that's going to solve the crime for them.
Right. I also believe, just very quickly, because I don't want to get into that discussion very much, not right now. The kinder that we view this crime, the easier it is for us to say that the wrong man is in jail right now. If you actually put the potentiality of someone going into this home as we're viewing today and killing 4 people and then walking out, getting in their vehicle and taking off, then you'd really be able to manifest in your brain that something tragic did happen. And those smiling faces that you see all over, plastered all over media, are no longer alive. they're no longer smiling. Then you could actually, if only for a second, tell yourself, hey, could he have possibly have done this? You wouldn't need motive. You would just need your analytical thinking to say, I'm going to give myself the benefit of the doubt that this could be the guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't.
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah,
Jeff.
I agree with that too. I don't see it's. Is it damaging to Coburger? I mean, the thing is like, if imagine your Coburger, is there part of you that thinks, well, they're talking, they're trying to figure all this out, and they have speculative thoughts, and they're looking at this evidence. At least I've got a beating heart. My heart is still beating. I've got a chance at this. I mean, the victims are gone. Their hearts are never going to beat again. So in the process of exercising our freedom of speech to just speculate on this, because he is presumed innocent in a court of law. He's presumed. We're presuming, which means when you make presumptions, we don't have all the information, but we're going to presume. So that's all we're doing in conversing about this, is trying to see. And I think it's a mistake to be completely convinced he's innocent. And I think it's also a mistake to assume he's completely guilty. You got to ride the fence of like, okay, let's see what is probable, possible, likely, unlikely, and in conversing about it, let's do it without getting angry at each other. It's not like this is not a political debate. It's a debate about an event that happened.
Tom, what were you going to say?
I lost my train of thought. Sorry. I was just
That's
thinking.
okay.
I was just thinking. Yeah, we don't know all the stuff we don't know, and I don't worry about motive either. That live you did yesterday with those 4 people, 12 gauge.
Mhm.
That prosecutor Matt, he said he doesn't care about motive. He just cares that did you do it.
Right.
So I don't worry about motive either. Or they said why would he do this? He would know that it's stupid to do this and stuff. You can look at that from so many different angles. He said, "Oh, I'm very smart, but I'm going to appear stupid, so they're going to think that a stupid person did this." And some things you just can't change. If you're going to get to the house, you have to use a car or walk or something. So a person can do things that are stupid and still, get away with it.
Exactly. And since the beginning of time, people have been killing themselves with anything and everything known to man. You could have walked into this house with a padlock and a sock and a determined heart, and you could have taken out as many people as you wanted just with that padlock and a sock. It wouldn't have had to be a knife, right?
No.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and you're going to do what's needed in your belief system that you're going to get something done. That's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to do.
I would never think to use a knife. That's just too many things that can go wrong. You can get DNA back and forth. You're too close to the victim. They could rip your face. They could get stuff under their fingernails. It just doesn't make sense to me, outside of using a knife as being quiet, but then people can scream, they can fight, and they can do a lot of stuff. So it's really not a quiet crime.
What do you think the chances are, guys, of that this wasn't intended to be a murder, but an SA type of assault, in the knife or the possible gun, if it was brought in, was just to keep things quiet, do that kind of thing instead?
That's possible, but you can't, if you're thinking of doing something like that, you can't control what other people are going to do, and that's where things go sideways. You can't plan down to all those degrees. You can have says, okay, if somebody screams, I'm going to do this. If somebody does this, I'm going to do that. And Kaylee had more wounds according to the reports Reen have. To me, it's not because she's the target. To me, it's just because she woke up and he had to deal with something he really wasn't prepared for.
Right.
No, I believe as well that if you were going to hit any of these girls, whoever you viewed as a target, they worked. They went to the university. Crimes are committed anywhere and everywhere. you want to take somebody out, you're gonna assault them, you're gonna do whatever. You're gonna, he could have kidnapped one of them and went and done what he did, and threw her body somewhere, and they may have never found him.
Yeah.
The fact that they were in the house means that whoever did this thought it was plausible to contain the environment rather than risk trying to get caught kidnapping or even doing this crime out in the open.
So let me ask you two. If you guys were the killer, for example, what would you do? How would you plan this out?
Just for the record, I'm not a killer. I've never been a killer. I'm not premeditating any murders or anything like that before I answer this question.
He's just a guy with interesting thoughts about a padlock and a sock. I never even thought of that.
Depending on who I was going into that house to either assault or even just to watch. Because who's to say he didn't just watch? You see enough movies and documentaries and stuff where the first couple times they don't go in to kill. They go in there to stand there and watch you sleep. They go in there to watch you take a shower. They go in there to get as close to you without you noticing them. But let's throw that somewhere else. But if I was going to do this, because you asked a question, I would have whichever one was the target. I would have used some chloroform, knocked her out, put her in my vehicle, driven to an isolated area, done what I did. And if she saw me or didn't see me, I would blindfold her during that situation. And I might let her live, depending on whether she saw me or not. My belief on if I left any DNA on her or anything like that. Or I might just kill her if I was at that point where, hey, I already broke one law that I'm going to get potentially 99 years to life on. I might as well run the gamut and ride the lightning. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But one other thing before I let Jeff answer this. Also, if I was going into that home, I would be going in full force. I wouldn't be doing half-ass shit. I wouldn't be thinking. I would be like, okay, I got my knife. Let's roll. Let's rock and roll. Let's do what we need to do. Whoever the first one is, that's the one I'm going to take out. And then if I enjoyed it and the other one came in, then be like, oh man, that was even more of a rush. And then as I'm going down the stairs, I run into this big dude who thinks he's about to take me out. I'm already on my adrenaline dump. So I'm rocking and rolling. I'm going to take him out. And here comes this little girl trying to jump on me. Well, guess what? I'm going to take her out too. And by that point, you're just so amped up, just like you're playing a game of football or baseball or basketball. When your adrenaline is running that hardcore, you don't feel anything. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything but the focus of what you're trying to do. And then I would have wiped the knife on my dickies and walked out the door. Got in the car, probably yelled out loud, woohoo, and drove off. And I'm not trying to be morbid at all, but that
Right.
you asked. So that was my role playing there.
What would you do, Jeff?
I don't even think I can answer because my mind can only go to trying to think like someone else. But I don't know. I mean, the things that come to mind, I picture like sitting in that back parking lot, watching through that window, thinking maybe you're thinking to yourself, man, this is just pathetic. You want that you see in the window, and you're just sitting out here like a coward in the back parking lot. It's like you could have that. You should have that. Now, maybe I'm also thinking of Elliot Rodger a little too much in this scenario. It's kind of injecting a little of that. But seeing something you want, You've seen it before. You've seen it on other nights, perhaps. Tonight things seem to be lining up that it could happen tonight. That's what you want. You go in, and I think I kind of agree with 12 gauge. You know, you go in, your adrenaline is going. You encounter a bunch of others because, like, I like the way you put it, Tom, because things went sideways. And then that's, you know, that's yeah. I can't really even. I find it hard to even role play. It's just not my. And maybe 12 gauge. You've seen some rough people and have had experiences, and I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about that.
The reason I asked, how they would do it, because if he's planning for one person, I can see what he was doing. Now, I don't think he knew Ethan was there because Ethan didn't have the Jeep. Hunter, his brother, did for that weekend. Because Ethan was with Santa, and so he had access to transportation with her blue Hyundai. So I think that I don't know if he would have went in there if he knew Ethan was there.
But he could potentially have seen Ethan through the window at some point that night, and calculated that, okay, I've got this. There's this big dude in there.
I don't think he was around at that time, Jeff. Though I think he was in his car, and he got there after. See, I think the murders happened after 4.
Right.
So, and I don't think he would have saw him necessarily. Well, certainly he could have. I'm just spitballing.
It'd be interesting to know how much time elapses, between, because I believe those 5 times that you see a car on Linda Lane are the Elantra. I know some people gets a different car, but if that truly is the Elantra 5 times, then we'll be able to verify that with the light bulb camera. They'll line up. But I just wonder how many. I haven't really analyzed, except for I did analyze to try and debunk the gas station photo. Like, is there time for him to get to that gas station and back, still be seen 5 times on the camera? And there is. But looking at it the other way, is there also time for him to have hung out by the back window a little in between each of those 5 passes and seen what's going on in the house?
Yeah, we'll need the 112 camera for that.
Yeah.
Let's look at Maddie's room and how small it is, okay? There's the window that everybody's seen the boots and the M on. There's the wall that was cut out. There's the desk that, like, this shows. That's her sitting next to that desk. There's her window. As far as I know, she had lights as well next to her. There was a plant right here, and there was lights going around the closet. But the one thing that interested me whenever I saw this for the first time is how little this is the actual representation of the bed. Would the killer had to come around, or would he have crawled up on and pinned her down and stabbed her right here? You know what I'm saying? Like, because people are going to move. And that's another thing that I don't think individuals realize. You're programmed to fight for your life. All of us are. That's why they have fight or flight, because we're programmed to fight or run. That's our programming. So let's say she was out of it. She was drunk. I've never been so drunk that my mind didn't know what was going on. Unless she was comatose, unless she was in that deep sleep where, she didn't feel any of those stab wounds. I mean, I heard some very vicious stuff, and I'm not going to repeat it right here, but if you've been following this case, you know what I'm talking about. At the very beginning, people were talking about one of the girls and how severe one of the injuries was. So I could see that happening, and that was probably the first strike. That's why there wasn't a lot of fighting from her. So if her door was open and she was being attacked, could that have, that could have echoed what sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog, because it would have been the bed pounding up and down or moving around and, like a dog jumping on a bed. And then here comes Kaylee hearing all this. Or maybe she was going to the bathroom. Nobody knows, okay? Nobody knows, including myself.
I think 12 gauge with the scenario as I see it, I think he came through the door and he shut it after himself so nobody can get out. He's not going to leave that escape. I think he came around to the side where Maddie was. If you start crawling on the bed, you could wake up either of those women. It's too
Right.
risky. It's too risky. And you don't want to be that close. And I think he either hit them over the head or he did something. And then he started on Maddie. Kaylee started coming too. And that's when he panicked and her severe wounds. He's never done this before, I think. And this is what threw everything sideways. Then, so that's where we need the medical examiner to tell us how many wounds each person has, because that video you had of the Navy SEALs with that gelatin torso,
Yeah.
you know you can stab a lot fast. I looked at that again last night, 12 gauge, and I slowed it down, and he was doing exactly what I was taught. You stay under the rib cage into the soft tissue, and when he did go to the chest area, he used slashing motions and then did the throat. So he was doing exactly what we were taught, because we were taught by Navy SEALs. And that, so he was doing that, but he had 30 stabs in 10 seconds. Now, Brian,
Wow.
and here's the thing: anybody here, any people in the chat can do the same thing. He wasn't doing anything spectacular. He was just fast.
Right.
He was just stabbing. But I think Kaylee was moving, and he was panicking. And if it's true, for example, that her face was bashed in, he could have used the K-bar to stop her, talk her. Did he pick up a pillow, put it over her face? That's what I would have done, because then you can't see where the knife blade's coming from, and you silence it. And people think that there had to be screaming, and I don't think there has to be screaming, because they're in fight mode when they wake up. They're not, if they saw him from a distance, sure, they could be screaming and run around and that doing. So I think it could be noisy in a sense of rustling, like roughhousing, but I don't think there was anything that would alert Dylan to this is a murder.
Right. I have a vague recollection of a roommate situation. I can't remember which way it went, where we either thought they were fighting in their room or they were having sex, and we got it wrong. I can't remember which way it actually was now, but yeah, through a ceiling or through walls, it can be hard to tell sometimes what you're hearing.
Well, did you hear? I saw on Dateline a couple months ago, it was about a killer, and it was in Texas, 12 gauge, but the houses aren't very insulated very well because of the weather. And this woman, 44, school teacher, was killed in her bedroom. The husband was sleeping on the couch and the kids were upstairs. And she was screaming and screaming and nobody heard her. And so Dateline, the woman there was there, I don't believe you. So they had somebody go into the room, close the door and screamed. And then they were shocked that they couldn't hear the screaming from the bedroom, which was 30 feet away. So it can be done. It can be done. That was a footprinted in the sand. What it was is it was about a school teacher that was killed. It was a robbery gone bad, and she was screaming, and he stabbed her 44 times in very fast. Knife fights are extremely fast. That's what that people don't realize, unless the person's really into it and taking his time inflicting torture.
So as you said, the individual would have shut the door, did what he did, shut the door. Assumption, he shut the door behind him on the way back down the stairs. Right?
Locked it, yep.
I wonder if he callously, or not callously, unintentionally maybe rubbed up against this railing with his dickies.
Could have.
If he touched any of the wall.
But he'd have gloves. He'd have gloves on.
Yeah, but I mean, if there was any blood smear on the wall, it's him, because when you're in that adrenaline rush, you just don't remember every little thing that's going on.
Well, that's what the trial's going to have to say. Like, even for example, do we know for sure there was no blood on the stairs? Do we know there was no blood between the bedrooms?
No.
They didn't really say. We're assuming that because if Dylan would have woke up, she would have seen all that, but she may not have. There's just so much that's not verified, and that's the problem.
Right.
People just run with theories, and we need verification. You need the receipts.
And if, by that point he would have been, we already went to Xana's room, so that would have been through here, down the hall, and at that point, Dylan would have already opened her door twice. He would have went down the hall. I mean, if you're looking at this, it's not a far away. If she's opened the door, and this door is either cracked, that could have muffled a lot of sound too, just like what you said. Maybe that's all she heard was muffled cries, you know?
Yeah, the whole thing about I would be screaming my head off in that. Unfortunately, it doesn't always happen that way. You know, your adrenaline's kicking in. You're fighting for your life. And what if he stabbed her in, like, for example, and severed her diaphragm or lung collapsed?
Right.
There was no Xana screaming on the 112 light bulb screwing camera that I'm aware of, that they reported.
Right.
And Dylan would have heard, if they ever saw the screaming, Bethany and Dylan would have heard that. Somebody would have called 911, or if Xana heard, screaming up in Kaylee's and Maddie's room, they would have called. Screaming is one thing, and roughhousing is another.
Right.
Screams
So
are
here's a
distinct.
question. Here's a question for both of you, okay? Because I've thought about this question a million times. As he's walking back from Dylan or Ethan and Xana's room, instead of making a left and going down the stairs and out the front door, he walks back through the kitchen, out the back door.
I don't think he walked down the front stairs at all.
No, I know he didn't, but what would have been the reason?
Well, that hinges upon the thing that the front door was open, according to a witness that passed by. So there's a lot of theories that he went out, he came back.
No. Let's just go with what we're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm asking what would have kept him from going out that quicker exit right there than to possibly go out the back door and be seen, because it's lit up out back. It's dark in the front.
Why would he go out the front though? 12 gauge. There's cars in the back. If his car's in the back,
I wouldn't want to go out the same way I came in. I wouldn't.
Oh, I would. It's the quickest way out.
Well, I understand that, but I'd be like, okay, I've made too much noise in that direction. Let me go out that way. And if I got to walk around up the driveway and all that through the trees, I'll do what I need to do. I mean, at this point, I'm trying not to be seen because, like you said, Dylan could have called the cops. I'm wanting to get out. And if the cops are coming, they're going to surround my car. I'm going to try to be getting away, not being trapped in a little area by my car.
If he's on foot, that's more dangerous for him.
Yeah.
See,
yeah, I think I kind of lean towards going back out the same way you came in.
Yeah,
the path was clear coming in. He's probably thinking it should be clear going out, and it's the path he knows. I think to go down those stairs, you don't know what they could have during the party or something could have puked on the stairs. There could be beer. He slips and falls down the stairs. That whole staircase if he even saw that staircase at all.
Did you say there could be beer bottles and he slipped down the stairs?
No, like somebody puked on the stairs or there's beer spilled on the stairs. He doesn't know what he's going to encounter on these unknown stairs. The stairs going up.
There could be a banana peel on the stairs.
I hear Fred Flintstone's feet like
Yeah.
But I mean, he took the stairs up because he knows that's what he's got to do to get up to, I think, what he saw from the back window. The stairs going down, I mean, I don't know why, other than what you're saying, it's like, would he think that this is a better way to exit? But I think that puts him out in the front of the house where there's could be a lot of eyes. The back parking lot, I'm thinking he's found it to be safe and to be like ninja-like back there. Assuming he's parked there and watched through the window, that's a safe place to go, and that's safe place to enter, safe place to exit. I mean, and if he left the sliding glass door open.
The only reason I asked that is because that door would later open. So that has also led me to believe there could have been somebody that found these bodies earlier in the night. There could have been a drunk college kid coming over to party with these girls or with Ethan, opened that door, looked around, didn't see anything, and left the door open and left. Or maybe he walked up, saw the body, or just didn't see nothing. And, or maybe he walked up, heard, it's okay, I'm going to help you, and then walked off after he saw what he saw. Who knows? I mean,
A curious Bethany could have come out of her room, looked out the front, saw nothing, gone back to bed, and just the door didn't latch, and or Xana when she was getting the DoorDash, maybe we don't know how many bags were in that DoorDash. We see that one bag, we don't even know if it's from that night, but if I know when we do a grocery delivery and I've got to grab bags, I grab the bags from the person delivering and I use my butt or my leg to try and close the door. Sometimes it doesn't always close, so who knows? Xana may not have latched it. I don't know.
no, you said it right. You use your butt. You didn't use your leg. You said it right the first time. I use my ass to close the door.
You got I got opinions on the butt end of the K-bar knife. I got opinions on my butt end too.
Yeah. I mean, so let me go into these other rooms because I want to make sure that I have this on video in case I ever need it.
Right. If it goes away again.
Yeah.
Yeah, our thanks to whoever runs the 1122tour.com website, because this is great that it's back and functional again. I don't know why it ever went away, but this is, capture it while you got it.
So this is the first bedroom. This is the bedroom where the police showed up at the noise complaint. They looked through the window. They saw the golf clubs, and you would have seen, a mattress against the wall, I guess. And this is where the supposed door to the tunnel was.
Right.
This is the secret latch door that people could go down into the tunnels. I'm just so impressed. I know this doesn't really show the awesomeness of the flooring, but that picture did. And, I've always wondered how easily blood would be able to flow in between those flooring pieces. I know they're pretty put together pretty good, that they're not supposed to be able to let a lot of things through there. But as we've seen in this house, not everything's level,
Right. Although now the blood didn't flow from this bedroom, right? It flowed from the bedroom directly above it, right?
Yeah. So I would say that this bedroom right here is more aligned with the closet, that little closet wall right there. And this is aligned with that because it does have an overhang, you remember?
Yeah.
Like if you look outside the house, this is the overhang area, the flat roof. So I would say it would be either partly, over the bedroom, and the rest would be the overhang. But I'm no contractor. If I'm wrong, y'all correct me. And I'm cool with that.
Well,
Hey, Sergeant in chat has mentioned twice, like that Dylan opened Xana's door. I'm just curious where that is heard, because that's news to me. I'm just wondering where that is coming from. Do you all guys had you heard that Dylan attempted to go into Xana's door, or opened it, and when? Is this talking like next morning speculation?
I think he's meaning it the next day. See, I thought this was a bathroom. It says shower room, so it just it has a shower in it. That's it. But I could be wrong.
Oh, right. There's that photo from outside the house where you can see through the front door and you see a black and white shower curtain.
Yeah.
With that door open.
See, I always thought this led to the kitchen for some reason, but it doesn't. This is like a utility room. So, you could be able to walk into this room, and there was like a washer and dryer and another big sink, like in the old days where you could rub the stains off your clothes and stuff like that. And this is Bethany's room, and of course that's the front window.
That looks out onto Queen Road, right?
Yeah.
And the possible 712 camera across the hallway.
What I've always thought, yeah, exactly. What I've always thought was interesting that she hasn't spoke out on any of it is she would have had, if she did hear anything and they were texting, that hasn't been founded or not, one way or the other that I've heard or seen legally founded. If they were texting and Dylan said, okay, he's leaving, I hear his car start, get a video or get a picture of the car. Could she have possibly snapped a good video or a car pic as he was leaving? What do you think, Tom?
No, I just don't think I don't think she would have. That's just my opinion. I just think
Okay.
that, I don't know. There's so much we don't know. I don't see him coming down the front steps. I see him leaving the same way he came in. And I
Okay.
don't know if she would be ready enough to, if the car was leaving at a high rate of speed, I don't know if she could have.
Okay. How about you, Jeff?
I mean, the first thing it makes me think of is like I'm maybe alone on this, but I'm not convinced that they were texting each other. I read from the PCA that they were texting, but I don't necessarily see it clearly enough for me to believe they're texting each other. They could have been texting other people. Although I know there's a statement that Steve Gonsalves, I think, made regarding it. But I wonder if they weren't texting each other, but just texting someone. They know more people than just those in the house.
Well, of course.
She could have been texting though, Jeff, Bethany, have you heard this noise? Who's over? What do you know about it? Something like that. And like I
Right.
said, the gag order just makes it extremely hard to know a lot of things. But
Yeah, I'm
that's why,
looking in the PCA right now to see the wording because, I mean, it could have been, I thought it was something to the effect of the police determined they were awake because they're texting. Now they could be texting other people, and then we it's easy to read into it that they were texting each other, but I don't think it necessarily says that.
I mean, that's insignificant unless those texts had anything to do with the crime, And that's the unfortunate. We won't know until the trial. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, I feel sorry for Dylan. People are vilifying her, and she hasn't even spoken yet. And we know that what happened, and so we think that there had to be screaming. They had to have heard this. They had to be in on it, etc., etc. You can throw in the frat boys, you can throw in the Aryan Brotherhood, that all these theories are out, but we don't know nothing about that. I want to hear her speak first and tell her story.
Right.
Well, one thing for certain, she had the bigger of all the rooms. She had the biggest room in the house, as it looks like, Like her room is set up like a normal room. All the others, they just seem really weird. So this is a supplementary view of what she might have seen with the door open.
It is interesting to me what you were saying, Tom, there, that made me think that the person arrested is innocent until proven guilty. But Dylan, oh hell no. She did this, she's involved, she's got blood on her hands, she's a good actor, talked to the investigators, and they bought everything,
That's that absolute thinking though, Jeff, where there had to be blood-curdling screams. She had to have seen them, and if they therefore they think she had to be in on it. And we don't really know much about what Dylan was doing that night, where she was, etc. But we have to let her speak first, before for me to form opinions about it. And I love fact checking.
DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. What she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM states she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM said she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying, and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose, walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5 feet 10 inches or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
There you go. That last part, that's the part about the Dylan and Bethany's phones. Reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phones. It doesn't necessarily say they were communicating to each other.
Right. I mean, I think this has been interesting to be able to walk through that house again. I thought, damn, there's no way I'm going to be able to find that ever again. I appreciate that, Jeff. I mean,
Yeah, this was used. This house 3D house simulation was used so much, and then all of a sudden it was all disabled. I mean, just still pictures, and I was like, oh man, and I maybe there's somebody out there that knows how to capture, this, as a file for future use. Because if they decide to take it down again, we're back in the same position. But yeah, all those active links where you can click on to move to this part of the room or that part of the room. And that very first page that has all those, it's got links to the PCA, it's got links to all kinds of helpful stuff on the very first pages of this this website.
I mean, it kind of creeps me out just thinking about this was the way in, this was the way out. And if you remember those photos that we've shown of the side of the house, the couch was right in alignment with this red dot right here. So there was the couch. So they were having evidence marker number 3 right here next to the couch. And there was supposedly a print there. Many have speculated, including myself, that print looked like a boot print. It looked like a larger male. I don't know, male. I'm going to take the male out of that. Looked like a larger individual's foot. That's never been discussed, so I don't know if that is going to be used in the trial as evidence or not. It would be interesting if it was,
You talking about the latent print 12 gauge?
No, outside the home, there's a boot print.
But there's so many people at that house, who that could have been there for days.
Well, it was sunken in the ground. So I don't know. I mean, you're right, but you just never know. It was just one, so it's not like there was 2 of them. Just like a one latent print. I swear this killer was a one-legged man. It was a one-legged man,
and he could jump really far.
right? I mean, seriously, there's only one footprint, one latent print, one boot print. He managed to slip. I don't know.
But I think that whole back door thing you were talking about, I think coming through the sliding glass door, leaving it open, that would be the most logical exit that I think the killer would want to, plan to take. And I think just for proximity to get to the car as quickly as possible. And too, if there's the process of any stripping down of anything that he was wearing before getting in the car. What do you think about that, Tom? Do you think he just jumped in the car? Do you think he removed anything with potential evidence on his clothing?
How much time do we have from the thud to the car taking off?
Well, so 417 is the thud. And if you go by my speculation of what I think I hear on the Linda Lane camera at oh man, I haven't said it in a while. 4:21:01 a.m. I think I hear a trunk slam, and then 18 seconds later, I hear a car speeding off. So
he could have.
So 4:17 to 4:21.
He could. You talked earlier. He could have had something in his trunk or right outside the door if he wanted to quick get out of the coveralls. That man that was prosecutor yesterday, 12 gauge, that talked about. He was the prosecutor. His name was Matt.
Yeah.
He was saying that a killer's most likely going to get blood on the front and not on the back of them. So he could go in and sit down in the car and clean it later. I don't know how elaborate he would plan that out, Jeff.
Right.
Yeah, you could take off that. You could have an extra pair of shoes and stuff in the trunk ready to go. I could see that. I don't know how.
If he took off in a high rate of speed, it wouldn't be rational to me that he took a lot of time stripping stuff off. That kind of sounds like, okay, you heard the thud at 4:17, you heard the car speeding off at 4:23, so that's 6 minutes.
Or 4:21. Maybe even 4:20. The PCA, I think, leaned towards like a more 4:20, but
okay, so 4:20. You heard the thud at 4:17, and then the car speeding off at 4:20. That's like 3 minutes. That's enough time to strip it down. I don't doubt that, but that's a lot of potential to be seen. You're already gambling that somebody's going to see you stripping it down. That's something you're going to remember, right?
Well, it depends too. How much blood did he have on him? I keep going back to that 1994 when OJ stabbed Ron Goldman 17 times and nearly decapitated Nicole, and yet in the Bronco they only found a few small blood smears inside it. He didn't have time to clean the Bronco because he had to get to that limo driver. So you would think that he would be covered in blood, and I just don't know how much blood these people had on them.
Also, too, Dylan didn't describe, at least in the PCA, it's not shared with us, that she described him having blood on him. So I would think, too, the angle of the lighting, the Good Vibes light, him coming around the corner, if he had blood on the front of him, it seemed like, possibly could have been seen, but maybe not. Maybe she was just looking at the face.
Yeah.
And also, I believe that individuals don't really take into account that even when the PCA came out, it was still an open investigation. How I believe even to this day is still an open investigation. Right. You believe that the PCA comes out and then, okay, this is all they got. They're not going to investigate anymore.
Oh, they could have much more.
Excuse me?
They could have much more.
Exactly. That could have been all they had at that point.
Yeah.
Let me go through the house one more time, and then I'm going to put something Jeff sent me.
Also, 12 gauge, look at those links on that first page of this website, because there might be some links there that if they were to vanish, they might be useful to preserve in your live stream.
Where's it at?
See all the little boxes down at the bottom of the screen? It's like in the first one. It's under your picture. All the little thumbnails that are at the bottom, right? Yeah.
These?
Like yeah. Okay. Yeah, because see, those links all were disabled. You can hover over them with your mouse and you'll see where they go. It'll give descriptions. But there's some valuable stuff to preserve there, I think. I still remember the first time I went there and it was all gone. It's like, holy crap. I used that as you know, that was like your stop shop for all these like things.
Oh, here's a digital timeline. Let's watch this.
Mates Bethany and Dylan were sleeping on the first floor. Since then, we've learned Dylan was sleeping here on the second floor, along with Xana and Ethan located here. Kaylee and Madison were located here on the third floor. The dog was located on the third floor and the room by itself. Let's move around and see through the walls into the kitchen, to the back slider, and take a look at the time frames. At 4:04 a.m., the suspect can be seen trying to park his car. At 4:09, approximately 5 minutes later, he enters the house through the back slider. At 4:18, he leaves the house after committing the crimes. At 4:20, he's caught on camera driving away at a high rate of speed. All of this only took 9 minutes. Let's watch what that looks like. The suspect enters through the back sliding door. He pauses at the stairs to look around to make sure no one's up. He then turns and goes upstairs. The first bedroom he stops at and opens the door, he sees no one there. He continues to the next bedroom. Here we know what happens. Downstairs, Dylan is sleeping. The noise from upstairs wakes her up. She thinks it's Kaylee playing with her dog. She gets up and goes to the door and looks out. She sees nothing there. The suspect then continues down the stairs about 3 minutes later. He then heads to Xana's room. Outside, there's a security camera picking up some whimpering, cries, and a thud at 4:17. We've learned that Xana was found on the floor, which explains the thud. Dylan again hears something and looks outside her door. She sees the suspect. He walks right past her and leaves.
Okay, that's interesting. But what I know time frames are time frames and you use the approximate. But how come they can get away with saying that 4:04 he entered the property whenever I don't really like Linda Lane stuff, but at Linda Lane, that last turn is 4:07. The dude's not even out of the car yet.
Although
Now,
they did say that they believe he entered the house at 4:09 in that video. What's interesting in that video though is I wasn't watching the timer on that video, but the actual time that video takes to watch is much less than, you know, what I always thought would be interesting is a video where it's like a real clock. We're watching it in real time to get an idea of how long it really takes to be at 4:09 and then to be at 4:18 leaving. You know, that clearly wasn't a 9-minute video. So that's what I'm saying.
9 minutes is a lot of time, 12 gauge. You know, you saw how fast that Navy SEAL video. He stabbed that gelatin torso 30 times in 10 seconds. It doesn't take.
Yeah, I take my daughter to work at 10 minutes is all we need to get ready, and it's like all the way across town.
Well, I get what you are saying. I'm not saying that that's not enough time to commit the crime. I'm saying that on the Linda Lane footage at 4:07:21, there's a vehicle still coming around the Queen Road Apartments.
I think Jeff's time is more accurate.
Yeah, it's no, that video you just played says that he's seen like outside the house in the car 4:04 trying to park or something. Which
okay.
I don't know. Is that they could be referring to the light bulb camera at that point. But it does say, I think correctly, because I've always estimated about 4:09 is when he would be entering the back sliding glass door. He's seen at 4:07:30 passing by the Linda Lane camera at a higher rate of speed than the previous 4 passes by that same camera. 4:07:30, you figure a minute and a half to finally be entering the house. I think that could be possible.
Yeah.
4:10 maybe.
That's a good question, Bullets. I thought the same thing when it said that. Bullets asked, why does this video think he opened Kaylee's door with no one in there?
That seemed weird to me too, because wouldn't the dog he would have seen the dog.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely what we were talking about before, where you're trying doorknobs and they're locked and you just move on.
Yeah. Well, here's the good vibe sign. And like you and Tom both stated, look how lit up that is. That is lit up. The living room is lit up. There's no way that living room was not lit up. What do y'all think on that?
I've got another photo here to wait. Let me see if I can share this with you. Oh, through the front window where you see the Saturdays are for the girls banner that's hanging on the wall. I think you really
Yeah.
do get a sense of the direction of the light of the 200 lights that Tom was talking about. So okay, I just shared it with you.
Okay.
If you
Tom,
look at the
I really appreciate you and Jeff coming up here and talking with me.
See,
Tom,
those-
yeah, my wife appreciates it too because she'd rather me be talking to you all than her. It's like, shut up about that case.
Yeah, those lights there. I think those lights are more significant than the good vibes sign.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
look too, see the sorry. Wait. See the shadows. You know, the shadow is here. So obviously the light is coming from that direction. That's a shadow from those 200 lights that are hanging on this
And they
wall
were,
over here.
and they've always been on when the forensic team from Meridian was there. You know, so I think that would be more significant. Plenty of light.
Yeah. Yeah, this you can see this is got the evidence marker. This is during investigating, I think. I mean, could the lights have been turned on to help the investigator see? Yeah, but I don't know. That's the kind of thing we'd find out.
I
Shoot,
mean,
even if I was Ann Taylor, I would ask that question.
hey, could somebody else who'd been watching that house from the front had seen him walk by a couple times? You know what I mean? We just take for granted that there was nobody out walking their dog. You know, there was nobody just walking around smoking a blunt, whatever. I mean, we take for granted. I'm going to say me because I can't talk for anybody else. I take for granted a lot of times, but I also visualize that there was more people out and about at that time of the morning trying to get home after being at a party or, just walking around, heading over to your girl's house or whatever. And you look up and you see some dude walking across the room all in black. You would remember that, right?
I would think so.
Through that window, 12 gauge.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's in. Excuse me. I don't think he's anywhere near that window.
No, but I'm saying just like walking by.
Oh, they could surely look up and see something.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had.
Even the Elantra being parked there, you'd be like, man, this car's here sometime, but it isn't. I mean, I'm just thinking how I would be if I lived in the area and I walked around it a lot. I'd be noticing every little thing, but that's just me. I'm that type of person because I'm always looking for safety. You know what I mean? I don't want to be caught off guard. So I'm always looking at this car, a new car in the area, or is it so-and-so's car?
But
how's the car parked?
At the same time, though, Moscow's a pretty safe town, generally speaking. I don't
Of
think
course.
they think they're not in the inner city. And so it's just a bunch of college kids, basically, within the locals. I don't know if they would be as security conscious as you would be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's based on experience. They're 20. I'm in my 50s, so life experience plays a lot into my thought process as well.
Here's another good photo for you if you want the lights on the back patio. How they're strung so that they'll light would be going through the kitchen sliding glass door. These lights over here would go through that side window where the little table is. Also, too, you want me to zoom in on Kaylee's bed? I think this is a photo a lot of people use to try and figure out if her comforter was, yeah, it looks like that looks like a pillow to me, a pulled back comforter.
Y'all talk on that for a minute. I gotta gotta take a break for a second.
So
had you not said it that way, you could have gotten away with it.
So
we
Jeff,
know what's up.
So did you change your mind on where Kaylee was, in her room or in bed with Maddie when he came in?
Yeah, I do think I see it the way that you described. I can see them, and also too. I mean, because I was having to, when I described Kaylee as coming from across the hall, I knew every time I said it, I was having to go against what Steve Gonsalves had described, and I'm assuming he knows more than me. And I always assumed he was wrong, that that she started in her own room. But is it possible that you know Kaylee, this was like what she was supposed to leave like 2 days from this point, right? This was like her last days there. I could see them just wanting to sleep in the same bed, talk. Also, too, if Maddie was super drunk, I don't know if she drank more. I mean, wouldn't you be a little concerned about your friend kind of going off to sleep really drunk, and maybe want to be there in the same bed?
I personally wouldn't, but I don't
But I
know.
mean, I think about like people that have passed away drunk, choking,
Oh
that
yeah, sure.
that kind of thing,
Now that
just
when
for safety.
when they got home, did they continue drinking or smoking or something? Too, we don't know how much. Kaylee definitely didn't appear drunk at all to me. She's having fun.
Right, right.
She might have been drinking, but she just didn't appear that way to me.
Right. Yeah, she didn't seem impaired, that she was stumbly, and yeah. I think too, I saw somebody just yesterday, I saw somebody in comment point out that they never saw Maddie with her phone. And I mean, in this day and age, I mean, like me, myself, I go out to dinner with my wife, she hates it. Like I'm off my phone for like 20 seconds and then I'm picking it up to check something. She's like, do you have to look at your phone that often? And like I'm an old dude, so I mean, and younger people, I think, look at their phones a whole lot more than that. And to see her not with a phone at all, I mean, it just says to me she's having a good time. She's all about living in the moment right then. She's had something to drink. Um, yeah,
Hmm.
but that does look like a blanket that's pulled back, right? I mean, it still looks. Looking at that photo, it looks like a bedroom that is still occupied. I would maybe think,
Well, I
at
mean,
least bed wise.
what you were going back, she could have been in that room and came out, but I just think that if she did, that she would see him, doing what he's doing to Maddie. I just see her screaming, running down the stairs or something of that order. I don't see her
Yeah.
trying to jump on somebody like that.
Yeah,
So
because
Jeff,
your
yeah,
scenario is more probable too, in that I thought, okay, she's a Gonsalves. If she's anything like her dad, she sees a guy. Maybe she doesn't know that he's got a knife. Maybe she thinks he's just trying to do something perverted, and she jumps in to try and stop it. But I think even then, yeah, the scenario is more like, because she's probably where Ethan's in the house, like try to get help, scream, yell. But if she's
hey
in the
Jeff,
bed and she's under the comforter, I think that makes a little more sense.
hey Jeff, can you zoom
Yeah,
in on that picture?
yeah.
Because I'm looking at the lighting on the right hand side. Is that the doorway, or is that um possibly the? You see what I'm talking about? The difference
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
lighting. Do you
It's
think
hard
that's
to.
like the Maddie's room?
Yeah, is this a doorknob here? Maybe.
That's what I was wondering if
Which
that's
way
the
does that
door.
door open?
Because there's a
Yeah,
difference in the lighting. That's what caught my eye. You see the lighting?
yeah. Well, you can kind of see there's a more amber tone. This is probably like a cool light, cooler light.
But Kaylee's
Um,
door's not on that side.
it
It's
doesn't open that direction.
No, her door's on the other side towards the front of the house. When you look at
Uh,
the schematic of the house, there's no door there. Because is it possible that it's flipped? Because sometimes when Kaylee takes pictures, I saw that she was using an iPhone, looked like a 15 or something, 14, 15, and it's flipped. So it looks like there's a window behind her. It doesn't look right.
Okay.
and
I
I
could
I
see
so
that.
easily get turned around. So you
Yeah,
come into the house down through the sliding glass door. You go up, then you go this direction. Man, it's a confusing house.
No, the doors in
so the
the
stairs are directly toward the back of the house.
yeah. Well, the stairs though come up though when Kaylee's door, when you look at it, it's facing towards that door is closer to the front of the house, the street. than it is.
You
It's
want
it's not.
you
It's not
want
on
to
the
see
side.
something freaky? You want to see something freaky right now that I'm seeing? Maybe it's because of the medicine I'm on. But as you're looking at those lights on the patio, I see like a tall looking figure outlined. It looks like
Oh
a
my gosh.
pumpkin. It looks like a pumpkin head standing above the lights, looking into the slider.
Which
My
light over here?
Yes, right there, exactly right
Let's
there.
see.
You see the head and then the
Let's
arm.
see. See, I'm gonna see a little face here with like it looks like a little baby face with a little mustache and two eyes.
But do you see the outline of a face right there and the arm would be like straight down.
What kind
God.
of medicine?
You were gonna fuel a week's worth of live streams from other creators with that.
What kind
Oh
of
my
medicine are you
goodness.
taking? 12 gauge.
Yeah.
Is it legal
I have
medicine?
I have the Rona. So I'm taking the medicine for the
For the
Pax.
Rona.
Yeah, the Paxlovid.
That can't be a door on that side, Jeff. Is that
Also,
door?
too, this is looking at the door lock. So, like, let's see, a door with the correct lock. See, it's hard to tell. It's like the little door lever is right in the middle. So,
But up in Kaylee's room, if that was a door, that would open up to the stairway, and you'd fall down.
yeah, is that like lights on a mirror, like a beauty mirror to do, one of those big.
See, I could go with that. I'll go with that one. I'll go with that. That could
But
be more.
it does have a bit of the, you got the amber light here and here. Now this window here, that's a window to Kaylee's room. That's the first window that faces the back. Is that
12
right?
gauge, 12 gauge, you got the, can you get up the schematic so we can see where the door actually is? It wouldn't be on
Yeah.
that side though.
Hold on, I'm taking some more cough medicine.
Oh boy.
I'll be.
You're gonna do a 12-hour like Twiz did, a 12-hour drunk live stream. It
It'll be
starts
like-
now.
He'll be like, "What the hell is 12 gauge on? He never went with this theory." You see this car right here, and it turning colors multiple times with the song "Magic Carpet Ride" playing in the background. Oh my goodness! I got to go to work today at 4:30 for an hour. Hope them kids are ready for me.
So you
He's
pulling
like,
up the
It's like,
the
shut up.
3D.
Shut up and sit down. Yeah, I got it. Let me go ahead and share the screen.
You're gonna walk into work with like a what'd you say, a padlock and a sock? You kids sit down, shut up.
You're never gonna forget that, are you?
Okay, according to this 12 gauge, when we're looking up to these double her sliding doors. That door then, as you look up, would be by where that coat hanger is on that side. And that would go right into the stairs. It has to be towards the front of the hall because there's the bathroom on your left. There's the bathroom window, and then her window would be inside. So that picture, the way we're seeing it, we're downstairs looking up into there. There cannot be a door there. That's all stairway.
Wait, can you rotate around in that room a little bit? I need to get my bearings because when I first look at it, it seems to be lining up. Which the door opens with the hinges off to the far left, right?
Yeah, you can see the door, and then that hallway leads straight down to the bathroom.
If you can rotate to the left a little bit, 12 gauge, and see, do you see the good vibes thing on the wall? Did they put that by the door? Just kind of rotate to your left. So that's a window there.
Yeah, Kaylee's only window is in the front of the house.
So which wall is the good vibes
it would
thing
be
on?
right above.
Right there,
It would
there.
be right above
there.
her bed.
Now, if you look down,
Okay, so the door is to the left. You're right.
There's no door there. See, there's
Yeah,
no.
there were. It's the closet. So the shot that we're seeing is
on that-
actually the bed would have been against this wall
Yeah.
on the shot that we saw.
Yeah, the shot we're
So
looking at, the door is cropped out. You don't see any of the door.
So
You're right.
you guys are thinking that. Well, here, okay. If Kaylee's bed then is against the, are you saying against that wall?
yes,
Okay, then the good signs. Did she have the good vibe signs? Where's the window in the other shot?
you're right. You're right. My bad. My bad.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
noodling this out.
actually, that's
Yeah,
the thing
I
to
mean,
keep in mind too.
I'm
The
on
back of the
medication. I'm on medication,
the
bruh.
thing to keep in mind too is Kaylee doesn't have a square window to the back. It's just on the back. There's three windows. There's the bathroom window, the hallway window, and Maddie's window. The only view out the back of the house is through that sliding glass door of Kaylee's bedroom. So that window that's orange that we saw in the other shot, that's the bathroom window.
Yeah.
Um, I think the thing that we were seeing that I thought was a door at first, I think is some kind of a mirror with like light bulbs that run every like maybe
Okay,
10 inches or so on it.
I'm reading the chat, and Viviana, who I subscribe to her channel because she's a fact checker. But anyways, she said the bed isn't where that model shows, and I agree. And I could see where it would be turned, where things. But the only question I have is that did she have that good vibe sign then over that window?
Can
That's
we
what I'm
see
trying
that
to
Oh,
figure out.
covering the window.
Okay, there's the picture. Can you zoom in on that, Jeff?
So is it
Yeah.
covering the window, or is the window farther down?
Yeah, maybe are these blinds?
Can you zoom in
See,
more?
that's the bathroom window.
That's not the bathroom window, Jeff. That's a stairway window.
That's a stairway. Oh, so the
Yes.
bathroom window is
We're
here.
at the back of the house now.
Yeah, but it's bathroom, stairway, Maddie, right? The three windows.
The three
Okay,
windows
so
in the front at the front of the house. The three windows are the bathroom, the
But we're
hallway.
looking at the back of the house.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say in the front, Kaylee's window and door is towards the front of the house,
Right.
not towards the back. So either this picture is somehow juxtapositioned, or
Well, it's got good vibes isn't backwards, so it's a not like a reverse image or anything.
well, I
okay,
know.
so
Let me try and
so
find the same camera angle during the day because there's plenty
hey,
of
so
those.
keep this image in your head. Here we go. So it looks like it's going right. The bed is right. It looks like it's shining right in here. This part of the bed is unkept. The good vibes would have been right here. And
But
we're looking at
12,
what this is.
12 gauge. So Viviana has a point. She said the bed wasn't there, and okay, I can run with that. And then if the two pillows were just turned 45, 90 degrees, and it was towards the front of the wall, I could see that. I could see that. Then the door would make sense. But it's the good vibe sign that's kind of throwing me off because there should be a window there, or is the window farther down, more towards the?
Here's another angle. So it looks like this would have been the angle in which they would have taken the photo, right? So it would have shined. But I always thought that the bed was turned down was closer to the entrance of the room. I never thought that the bed being turned down would have been on the other side. You get what I'm saying? Like in Jeff's picture right here, the bed is turned down towards the wall, not on toward the doorway. Does that make sense? Yes, no.
I mean, it's very confusing to me. But like, okay, imagine Kaylee's room is the kitchen because like they both have like mirroring sliding glass doors. If you were to put the bed in the kitchen, is the headboard of the bed up against where that pantry is? And the foot of the bed is, yeah, because, well, like in the picture here, the foot of the bed is jutting out towards the sliding glass door.
Yes, it would be.
So if you can rotate in that room 12 gauge from where you are, the head of the bed in this photo is the wall, right? Which I'm leaning towards that what we're seeing in that night photo, that the door to the bedroom is cropped out. You don't see the door. The good vibes thing is on that blank wall right there above the pillows.
Right here. And she
That's
has.
that's my final answer
So
for right now.
This could be a mirror right here that's shining. If this is on, it could be illuminating. We could be seeing a reflection of the doorway. You get what I'm saying? If there's a mirror right here, we could be seeing the reflection of a doorway.
Well, but then the good vibes sign would be reversed. I mean, you can see like the rest of the photo is not reversed. I mean, the sliding glass door, the patio is in the proper position.
Can you zoom in again, please?
Yeah.
We need a bigger shot of that slider area. I don't know why that's an issue right now. I mean, I'm cool with whatever it is. But for some reason, it looks so clear like it's a doorway, but it's not.
I can't believe it's taking me this long to find a photo from the same camera angle during the day. I know it exists, and I know it's on my damn hard drive.
It's always when you're looking at it.
Right. I put in these little keywords to like find things, and like handprint. If I search handprint, I'll find the handprint on that front window. But
Hey, 12 gauge.
Because, yes.
Why don't you invite Viviana up? I've been reading her stuff here, and it's trying to understand exactly what she's saying. It's the good vibe signs that's throwing me off, not necessarily how the walls are constructed.
For the first time ever on my show, Viviana.
If she wants to.
Come on up.
Yes, please.
Because this is, like Jeff said,
Don't have to show your face.
Yeah, the good vibe sign is throwing me off. Is it over the window? Is it a reflection? Is it?
I mean, I just noticed the freaking lighting in the background, and it looked like a different room. You know, you can see. I know that's evidence tape on the slider, but that's still lit up behind that corner right there. Did she have a standing mirror there? But how would that mirror? It would look like it'd be facing to the backyard. It would be illuminating the backyard, right? Not a.
You know, that video of her kind of dancing around with Murphy and grabbing Murphy's legs, that might have a somewhat of a view of that of the room. Let's see.
Viviana, you're more than welcome to come on up. You don't have to. You can stay in chat if you wish. We'd rather you come up, though. See, because there's a cut right here. This wall is not straight back. There's an angle. So what we're
maybe
seeing,
there's a mirror on that angled wall.
And we're seeing the doorway. Because it's almost the same trajectory. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm taking y'all down the magic carpet ride right now.
At least we're not looking for tunnels.
Hey, y'all don't unsub me for this.
I'm unsubbing you because this Jeff H guy sucks.
He can't ever find anything, bro. I was looking at her TikTok with Murphy, and it looked like she put her desk in the open closet, and she's out. She's
Right.
at the foot of the bed.
I agree with Viviana there. I've seen that one too. But this
You
it's
don't have
that
that video?
it's that other. It's just the other picture, that nighttime, that's throwing me off. This one.
Here you go. I got the video of her with Murphy.
Okay.
This maybe will help. I haven't even looked at it yet, so.
Okay, pause it
But
right
there
there.
you go. That's the sliding glass door. So what is that we are seeing? Yeah, her desk is over there in the closet. Okay.
Move to the left. Move to the left. Help us out. Help us out, Kaylee.
Mm,
See, I don't see a mirror. The only thing I see is that light up there by that plant. That mirror.
yeah, that's pretty much all you
I
get.
mean, I know it doesn't mean anything, but did she sleep on that side of the bed? If that's why, was there somebody there with her that ran out? I mean, I don't
Here's
know.
another image that maybe might help us figure it out. This one is definitely mirrored. I can flip it, but this gives us a view. I'm pretty sure I can flip it in, yeah, flip horizontal. Okay, so that's the correct view. So yeah, this is the door to the bedroom is off to the left, like Tom's saying. I think it's cropped out of that
Oh,
So,
there's a.
cropped out of that nighttime shot.
Hold on, I was mesmerized there for a second. Um, trying
And
to
maybe
look.
this mirror that she's taking a picture into with these, maybe this is the lights we were seeing. Maybe this mirror is easily to move. You can move around the
Yeah.
room. Maybe it was in position by the door at that when that picture was taken.
yeah, because that door cannot be towards the back of the house. It has to be towards the front.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, where her bed was all the time, I don't know. But I'm just looking at the actual door, and it has to be towards the front. If you open that door, you look down the hallway and you see the bathroom, and then the stairs are right to your right.
So that good vibe sign is right in the middle. You see that light that we see here? I'm going to show you this right quick because this shows what we need to see. Okay, I'm going to zoom out, and when you look right here, hold on, damn it. Where's that other picture? Here's that light that's on right there, and the good vibe sign is right in the middle of that bed.
Okay, so there can't be a door then on the left. I mean the right.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't know how that picture did it, the one that at nighttime, but just the physics of it, it can't be, that door cannot be towards the deck, their outside deck.
Yeah.
Because if you open that door, you'd be
I
falling
mean,
down.
unless that picture, like Jeff said, how did you invert this picture, Jeff?
Yeah, just flipped it.
Okay, flip it around again.
But I mean this one obviously she's taking a picture into a mirror, so that's why the original is reversed. But wait, hold on, yeah, if I flip it back to the way it was, you see.
Viviana said,
Maybe.
you are right, I was wrong. Her bed is against the wall, and that light that sticks out.
Yeah, so this picture is wrong side up right
Okay,
here.
yeah, it must be a reflection. I agree with Viviana on this. It's got to be a
Yeah.
reflection because there's no door there.
Yeah. I would just
Yeah, and the good
curious
vibes.
on that. I was just curious on that.
Well, we noodle it out.
Yeah, that's the telltale for me that obviously this one's a mirror. The other one, yeah, you want to go back to the night shot?
You took it down.
Yeah, let me get it for you. Okay, here we go.
We pay him in donuts. Be kind.
I'm the worst Fed there ever was. Elmer Fed, that's what they call me.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah, that's
Photoshop?
Yeah, see,
that?
I think this mirror is the same mirror that she took the picture of herself in. See those big white light bulbs? And I think this mirror is portable. You know, I think it's just up against it's near that angled spot in that wall that you were pointing out, 12 gauge. It's right there.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense. That
And
makes
you
sense.
can maybe guess the angle of the mirror because it's catching reflection of the more amberish light from maybe,
Yeah, they have the door open.
or maybe this edge of the mirror, this edge of the mirror is further away from us than the far right edge of the mirror. And I think it's casting a reflection of the light from
I
this
mean,
room into the
we
hallway,
don't even
maybe.
know if there's like a plug-in light there in the corner of the room. You know, we don't know anything. It could be any of that. You
Yeah.
know.
But it is, I mean, it's clearly, you know, there's a difference in color temperature. It's an amberish light, very similar to what's in that
See,
window.
because there is a light socket right there, so that she could have a Scentsy in there. The mirror could be right here and could be illuminating. Because you
But if this
see,
was a better quality picture, I wonder if you'd see maybe this right here is the door,
you'd
reflection
see,
of the door that's way off to the left.
you see the evidence tape in the photo. So it's basically whatever that mirror is right here, and whatever light source that's shining, it's illuminating the back. Is my interpretation, but I
And
could be
this,
wrong.
yeah, this right here down at the bottom, this could be a reflection of the pillows or the blanket over here off to the left,
That's
reflecting.
exactly what that looks like.
Yeah. So I think these light bulbs are further away from us than the light bulbs that maybe run along the far right edge of this mirror.
Yeah.
So I think it's like if we were to throw a ball at it, it would bounce off the mirror and go to the left because of the angle of it.
Well, problem solved, Jeff.
There we go. Phew. Now what do we know? Nothing more.
Yeah. 3 hours later, we're still talking about the mirror.
3 hours later.
I mean, that's how things like this go. Though. You know, you see something, you're like, "Oh my god, that doesn't make sense."
But I like that at least we're not like because it drives me crazy to hear on other channels sometimes where everybody just agrees with everybody. Oh yeah, I see that. I like the challenge of wait, how can that be? You know, and we worked through it.
See, I thought this was my thought from the very beginning when I saw that photo. I thought her bed was against this wall, and you know, it would have made more sense in my mind that this side of the bed would have been unmade if the bed would have been right here, but it's not. It's right here. This is the side that's unmade. So maybe she slept on this side, you know? Makes sense.
Yeah. It's
Safety.
interesting that the 3D model has that, which you're clicking on right there. That I don't remember seeing that before. That obviously, you know, came after the demolition of the house, but
Yeah.
I think that's explaining what that dark rectangle is that I imagine is some kind of air vent.
That's an accent vent. That if you look
Yeah.
at that, you go to the top of that plywood there that runs across. That's where the roof started, and then it came down at a slope.
Right.
And there's a lot of light bulbs and wiring and stuff in there. All homes have sometimes they have it on the ceiling, but that's an access vent.
Right. And that I saw the blueprint of this from the side of the house. You can see it's a triangular space under the roof, you know.
Right.
That's where the air travels through.
Yeah, I have those in my house, so I can see.
Always wondered what that was. I knew for a fact that it wasn't a drug, where they hid their drugs or whatever, an escape route or anything like that.
You know, 12 gauge. There's not going to be at the trial. There's not going to be anything about drugs, Aryan Brotherhood, or any of that stuff. That's why Jeff. I don't know how you can stand to go to some of these channels. I just can't. So I
There's
do rely.
clearly something wrong with me.
I rely on Viviana because she does all the brings the receipts and the fact checking. So, and she explains it better. Then I go and try to see what these people were saying, and I just can't anymore.
Yeah, it's gotten a little wild. I can't entertain a lot of it either. I mean, it's a disgrace and a disrespect toward the victims. A lot of it is, and it just pisses me off that these people don't have the couth enough to even take that into account what they're saying.
Maybe I like to go to these places. The first thing that comes to mind is like, remember,
I booted Jeff. No, not really. You muted yourself, I think. Am I still here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Jeff has the problem. YouTube is silencing him.
I silenced Jeff.
Oh, you did?
No, I didn't, but he was talking and then all of a sudden, boop.
Oh, okay.
So has your thought pattern changed at all, Tom,
Mine?
throughout the beginning of the whole thing? I mean, do you hold true to your thought pattern about how this went down, or has it changed based on other people's opinions?
Some things do. I still, like I said, that just based on what we have, I think he didn't intend to kill 4 people. I bet things went sideways when Kaylee was there, and that he didn't know Ethan maybe was there. He maybe did, and he just reacted. And I think when he came out after that thud and Murphy starts barking, I think he's just going to get out of there. He could have seen Dylan. He doesn't have time to deal with her because there's only one way into that is through Queen Road and out King, turning on King and out of there. And his car leaving at a high rate of speed, it just makes more sense to me. As I know, when I was in the Marines, you can stab somebody that fast. You can do a lot of damage, and you don't have to be a Navy SEAL, as you saw from that video of the knifing of that torso, gelatin torso.
Yes.
And yet constantly I'm just hearing people saying there had to be this, there had to be that, and et cetera, and that's why it's so hard. So I pick and choose who I listen to, but if they're going to go off on a tangent and with no way to prove it, their readers or their people that are following them, they just suck it up as, well, they're telling us the truth.
Right.
So that's why I pick and choose.
Experience has a lot to do with your perception of everything that we see and do, because just like those people on that 4 panel yesterday, I enjoyed the hell out of that because I rub shoulders with people like that. I rub shoulders every day with people that talk just like that.
Well, my job when I was in the military, I had a dual job. I had S4 logistics. My military occupational specialty was intelligence, so I got to see a lot of the crime scene that was dealt on the base, and a lot of it was knife stuff and the timing and stuff. So I know it's certainly possible. And as Viviana said, you don't have to be a ninja. That video you had, I don't know if you can play it again about that, what that guy did to that torso. If people saw that, they go, oh, yeah, that is possible. And everybody can do that.
Yeah.
There's no special training.
And if he did plan this, if it was premeditated, he had plenty of time to go out to Wawa Park and practice or do whatever he needed to do, to prepare for that night, stamina wise, peripheral wise, any of that.
That's why I said if you stay with soft tissue, you're not going to tire yourself out.
Right. What are we watching, Jeff?
hey, 12 gauge. This I always kind of forget to bring this up, and I've been meaning to do a video about it. But I've often talked about the 4:12 a.m. TikTok post from Xana. And this is to this person, the arms that you're seeing that are pretending to be Xana, that's the person that Xana posted. Never forget the foundation in the bathtub. Which, when I first heard that, the person that told me that said she believed that Xana is referring to makeup foundation. Maybe they're one of their mothers, or maybe their own makeup, I don't know, that got spilled in the bathtub. So this is like remember the good old times. I took it at face value that, okay, makeup foundation makes sense. But then when I wanted to know, because everybody questioned, like anybody could have typed those words, a killer could have typed those words to make it look like she's still alive. And then I saw this this video, which is on the same person's shoot. Wait, hold on. Well,
This
it's out
doesn't
there.
have, this
It's
doesn't
out
have
there.
that. This doesn't have that song in the background, does it? Because they'll totally wipe out the whole video.
No, I'm not going to play the sound, but what I was concerned was that the name of the video shows the name of the girl, and I've been trying all these years to not dox this girl, and I think I just did with, maybe nobody will look at it. But this, okay, let me hit play. So anyway, here's my thoughts. And this is what she says, her comment on this TikTok. This is the other girl, not Xana's, posted this video. She said, just found this video on my old camera of Xana and I doing the no arm makeup challenge. I think about her every day and I figured some may enjoy this. So it really wasn't until I saw this video and I thought, okay, this explains how you could spill a bunch of makeup into the bathtub. And a lot of people say, well, what the hell? Why is that even important? Well, if this can be confirmed that this is truly a 4:12 a.m. TikTok post from Xana about a subject matter that only her and her old friend would be aware of, and that she could maybe even verify in a courtroom, say, yeah, that sounds like what Xana would say. She often reflects on how we used to play with makeup and how it was a blind, what do you call it? No arm makeup challenge. The girl behind Xana obviously can't see what she's doing. And look, she almost knocked over the tube of makeup right there. So the reason this is important to me is because I think when I say that I believe Xana was doing a TikTok at 4:12 a.m., it's not just because the PCA says so. It's because I took the info from Xana's TikTok, ran it through a website called Unfurl, which can decipher an exact time that a TikTok post was posted. So,
Oh my God, those girls are having the time of their lives. There's no such thing as dumb questions in here. Is there an attic in the? I don't think there was an attic, but I'm not for certain. In the house?
It's probably just a crawl space type where they put insulation.
I don't think, is there music on this?
No.
I don't think there's any music on this.
Okay. The same video?
The same video. Yeah, it's just they're talking. I don't know, maybe something gets revealed by what they're saying. We'll see.
Xana's look is, I mean, I don't know how old she was in this video, but she didn't age hardly at all. She pretty much looked the same.
When this one's done, then 12 gauge, put up that Navy stabbing.
Okay, let me go find it. Y'all grab you a beer, some popcorn, some Jack and Coke, whatever you like to drink, because
12 Gauge is doing a 12-hour live stream starting now.
I should have done this yesterday.
Well, if this is true and everything, Jeff, this proves that she was alive at 4:12.
Right. That's what I've always considered it, her last sign of life. And I mean, it saves me having to even have much conversation with those that think it happened around 2 a.m. It's like, well, how do you explain?
Or who was first done?
Yeah.
Well, that's not this type of chat, Yvonne. So you're feel free to type as you wish. We agree to disagree in here. And one thing we don't put up with is rudeness toward the guest on the panel or the chat members chatting. So do understand this is a safe place to be. I'm glad that you guys are in here. we all have differences. I know some of you are not in the US and language barriers and typing and stuff like that. It's okay. It's understandable. Just be yourself. That's all I ask.
Here's just before you move on to the knife thing that Tom was talking about, because I'm very interested in seeing that too. But here's just a quick shot of the TikTok post from 412,
You're
and
killing us.
I've blurred out the name of the person, but you can see she posted "Never forget the foundation in the bathtub," and you can see too the TikTok doesn't post the time that a TikTok happens. Maybe that's for security reasons, so people can't know where you are at a certain time by the post you just made. But so that's why unfurl.com was the website that had to be used
Well, I
to
mean,
determine that.
maybe one time when we got a lot more time, because I'm running low on time here. We can go into that unfurl thing and really dissect it to the length where people can understand it. Because if you're just talking about it and you're showing the images, it's hard to understand that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and I want to understand it better too, because I had to be shown how it was done. Because see this long, the number here 7165. It's part of that full number that you put into unfurl.com. It tells you the time that the post was made, but then you do have to convert it to the correct time zone for Moscow, Idaho, to get the final result. The first time I did it wrong, and I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense, because I think it was saying 12:12. It's like, no, that doesn't make sense. And then I realized I was doing the time conversion wrong too. I think it's you convert it to UTC time code or time zone, and then you get the correct. And then I did it on the TikTok that she posts the word queen, and that came up as 3:45 a.m. same night.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play that Navy SEAL video. Heather said that you used TikTok and security reasons in a sentence together in a serious way. That's how
I did something serious. Oh, there's the
That's
first.
how Fed talk. He's using that Fed lingo. All right, this is a trigger warning. If y'all have issues with gore or any of that, feel free to step away. It's not anything that you don't see in any of the slasher movies. So this is just a demonstration of how a knife attack would go down and how quickly it happens. Nothing more, nothing less. And here we go.
You ready? Right. 3, 2, 1, cut him off!
As you can see, I'm going to back it up a little bit where you see his whole body. As you can see the proximity and closeness of him and how much blood and where it's all at. It's all mostly at the front. Tom, you want to talk on this at all?
Well, he's he's doing it very fast too, and they could have had comforters over him. He might have been off to the side. There's too much blood, but that type of blood too is going to dry pretty fast. He doesn't have to be soaked. He just got 30 stab wounds in that time frame, and he was mostly stabbing under the sternum, which is soft tissue, which we were taught to do. We don't stab in the chest because there's too many bones that can break the knife, make it dull and stuff like that. And he was doing the soft tissue. Soft tissue does not tire you out as much as if you're stabbing into the bones and stuff like that. So that's what we were taught to do. If he does anything on the chest, that he's using slashing. I don't know why he would even do it. That's not going to be a fatal wound. But if you want to kill somebody really fast, you stick the knife in under the sternum, you push that knife handle down so it's perpendicular to the body, and you come up and it punctures the heart. It destroys the stomach usually and or the diaphragm.
mean, just the fact of being stabbed that many times, I don't think anybody would really understand what was going on. You'd be in shock, would you not?
Oh, that person would be they'd go into shock extremely fast. I just don't see it. But I think what it does is that's on YouTube, by the way. I found it, 12 gauge. That just
Yeah,
shows you don't have to be a ninja, that you can get that many stab wounds if you're fast enough. Anybody in chat could do exactly what that man did. Exactly.
yeah,
There's nothing technique wise, like I said, if you want to do something one time and you know, and I think that with Kaylee, she was moving, she was fighting back, and I think he panicked, and hence the tears. He wasn't in control anymore that way. That's just my
yeah.
opinion.
I mean, it's just very tragic to think. And that mannequin didn't have clothes on either. So, the clothing wouldn't have really mattered if, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered because the other day we saw the K-bar sliced through clothing, it's sliced through pork loin, it's sliced through a leather shoe, it's sliced through all this stuff and still was sharp enough to cut the meat.
Oh,
I mean, so to have an instrument of that magnitude to be that deadly, there's nothing that was going to stop that knife other than body armor, probably, and then possibly I don't know how whether they're designed to cut through body armor or not.
no,
Uh,
it's specifically made for killing. That's why the Marine Corps gave the specifications to KBAR what they wanted. And even the handle is the loops around the handle. Those are kind of oblong to prevent slippage. But we are always taught to keep our hand against that hilt or that guard. So you don't want you're not going to cut yourself. People usually
mhm.
get cut with people are using butcher knives or pocket knives or something and their hand slips. That's where that comes from usually. And
Yeah,
I've never used a knife when I was in the Marines, but I saw enough pictures and I actually witnessed a few of the killings. And so they're fast, there's no screaming, and it was over with in like 20, 30 seconds.
wow.
So this can be done. 10 minutes is a lot of time. Excuse me. If you sit there, just sit and imagine a person doing what we just saw, he could go through a lot of people. Now, how much stamina he has? Well, if it was Brian, he's 28 years old. He could do that.
Right.
And once again, but we have to see what the medical examiner has.
And
That's
I'm
the
gonna ask this question. I'm gonna ask this question not because I'm trying to sit here and, keep going with the gore and stuff, but I'm really curious. Had the other four have visualized what was going on and they got together to try to overtake him, do you think they would have managed to do so?
uh, hard to say if like I said, did he have a gun with him, a firearm, in case things
Right.
went sideways, and then he's going to win. You could possibly, did they have pepper spray? You know, and like I said earlier, for my public service announcement, hit the panic button on your fob, keep it in your bedroom. He's going to panic now too because now he has to get out of there.
Right.
And everybody's different. See, that's why you can't plan for all this different stuff. It's too hard to know what he could do. If Ethan was awake and they were all doing something and holding him off, yeah, they could have. I don't know how good of a fighter Brian was.
Right.
You know,
Didn't he do the boxing stuff as well
well,
early on?
boxing and the street fight are two different things. You've seen
Yeah,
on YouTube, you see all these videos of these people, and it's just uncontrolled chaos. They're just wailing and their hands are going anywhere to inflict as many blows as possible. And that's why a lot of people use knives. Um,
yeah.
and nowadays, I don't know what the Marine Corps is teaching nowadays, but when I was there, we had a Navy SEAL and he taught us his way. Here's how to kill somebody real quick. And then throughout the training, I asked him, don't you have any moves that just disable people? And he said, no, the Marine Corps only teaches killing moves. We don't want that person alive. So, but all that stuff is online. You can find it
Of course, of
if you look
course.
hard. You look hard enough, and that's why I think that it's possible. And I'm thinking that Maddie, Xana, and Ethan didn't have that many wounds, even for this like this dummy. I'm thinking maybe more 10, 12, possibly. He could have
I
met.
mean, because we didn't hear that the other two had a lot of wounds, not
No,
like the first two. So could he have been tiring out by the last two? You know what I mean?
it. I vacillate on that 12 gauge because when you got adrenaline flowing in a situation like that, that's what your body is. You're super amped up.
Right, right,
And I don't think you've, because I talked when I talked to people that were in knife fights, I said, "What was it like?" And they said, "Well, it felt like somebody was punching me, but it didn't hurt at the time. It was only when my adrenaline came back down that I felt it, and
right.
then it hurt like hell." So you can. I don't know how much they had. Then they make a big deal, like I said in the earlier video with you. Steve said there was a big brawl or something, going on down there. Well, that doesn't. I don't know. And they fought back. How do you know they fought back? Is it defensive wounds? Is it
And
furniture?
here's the part of that people don't get as well. Whenever you've been drinking and you're cut, the blood's not going to clot as easily as it would if you were sober. So it's almost like you bleed out quicker when you've been drinking and you're being stabbed than if you were sober and your blood was able to clot even a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it depends type of wound, how fast you bleed out too. A stab wound
Yeah.
itself is going to be about an inch and a half, but if you push the knife in and pull it down or rip, you're opening up a very long cavity that's going to bleed out, and then your body's going to go into shock faster. Like I
Yeah.
said, in the limited experience I had, people were dead within 20, 30 seconds, or at least unconscious,
Right.
not fighting back. So I can't, there's so much stuff I can't say. I can just tell you that A, it's possible, and B, most people can do it. Just depends how fast you are, how much
Do you
stamina you have.
believe do you believe that he waited to kill Xana last? Like, since she was still whimpering and crying, it only makes sense that she wasn't.
I think he had to deal with Ethan first. Ethan's the biggest threat.
Well,
He's
yeah, but seeing that she was the last one, do you believe that he kind of messed like a cat and mouse, playing with the prey before?
I don't think so. I think he's wants to get out of there. I don't think he's going to sit around and, you know, carve him up per se. That's just my opinion. I think
Right,
he dealt with her. He dealt with Ethan, and he had to deal with her. She, according to some reports, I don't know if they're verified, she grabbed the knife. Just grabbing that K-bar once is going to cut you to the bone because there's not a lot of tissue there. And I
right.
think he might have been behind her, and she fell to the floor. You know, and
Okay.
how many wounds did he may have got her, stabbed her in the heart? That's why that medical exam report is so important. But
Yeah,
I think he spent less time with Xana and Ethan than he did with Maddie and Kaylee.
right, right. They
And
probably fought harder because they probably were awake rather
well,
than being surprised in their sleep. I don't.
okay, picture this scenario that I think it was brought up by the coroner, and I could be wrong, so don't quote me exactly. Ethan, if Ethan was at the door, she said, "Somebody's here." He's going to get up to see it. If he took that knife, he's right-handed, and he slashed his neck on the right side and pushed him back, he's going to be pretty much done with for a while.
Hmm.
Now, and then I think he turned his attention to Xana, and she might have fought back somewhat, but what does it mean? You can have, like you just saw, you can have 30 wounds on defensive wounds, and then it only lasted, what, 10 seconds?
Right.
We need to know more about what they mean by fighting back. And that's the problem. We just need to know much, much more. Uh, like I said, any knife scene where a person is killed is bloody, and it's going to look like that person was just carved up. But sometimes that can come from 3 or 4 stab wounds.
True.
Where did you hit an artery? Did you stay away from an artery? If you're going to stab somebody in the slit their throat, you want to turn them over so you're behind them so that blood doesn't get on you. I had a friend when I was 16. He had his throat slashed, and I was there watching it. And that happens so fast, and they panic when your throat's slashed. It's a horrible scene to watch, but he died within 3 minutes, bleeding out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So then, and I saw it in the Marine Corps, in domestic stuff, because that's what our S2 was in charge of, base security. We weren't part
Right.
of any like CIA type thing or anything like that. It was just that. And I saw the scene was really bloody, and we found only 3 stab wounds.
Okay, go ahead and ask it. I'll put it up here. Go ahead and ask your question. We have a question from someone. I mean, we just showed some gory stuff. We're talking gory stuff. It's fine. I'm not worried about any of that. Go ahead and ask your question. Jeff, are you still here?
I am sorry. I was clicking my mouse and trying to. I thought I could bring up like images for the. I was stuck on the unfurl thing, but I didn't get a good screenshot of my conversion from UTC time to PST. I think so. Again, that's for a future video. I want to understand unfurl better than I do. I mean, I only understand it because somebody that understood it better than me walked me through it, and we came up with the results of 4:12 a.m.
Right.
Plus two, I think I don't want to dox that poor girl that is a friend of Xana's.
Right.
So.
Much appreciated. If anybody would like to come up with and discuss what we're discussing and not really discuss other creators' theories, you're more than welcome to. The link is in the chat. I'll go ahead and put it in there. I'd like to welcome anybody who'd like to do that. Like I said, please make sure that you show your face first and try to stay on topic.
Did they,
Right now,
did they ask the question, 12 gauge, about they wanted to ask a question, but it's gory?
they're still typing it, I guess.
Oh,
okay. Go ahead, Raina.
Oh,
here
here's
we go.
the question. Is it true Maddie's head? Oh, yeah. It's okay. I heard that it was hanging by a vein.
Where'd you guys hear all this?
I hadn't heard that.
I've never heard
Very
that.
early on. Very early on. I don't know if I saw it in Reddit. I don't know if I saw it on 4chan. It's not verified through any of the families or anything like that.
I would say 12 gauge, no, it's not feasible to me. It takes a lot to decapitate a person.
Okay.
And he didn't, I don't think Kaylee was right there. She might have woke up. I just don't see that. Because Steve said Kaylee's wounds were notably worse. I think decapitation is pretty up there too. And I just don't.
I
don't see
agree
it.
with you. I know I heard it early on. I'm not saying that that's what happened. Isn't that Heather says that's from somebody else that said that started that whole
I think
scenario.
that I don't think that we can. Yeah, they thought Ethan's hamstrings were cut too. That was all that came from 4chan. I don't think Brian.
There was also awful stuff I heard about like innards of someone being hung from a ceiling fan.
No.
And I think it got a little out of hand with the untruths.
Mm-hmm.
No, back when ISIS was more popular, in the news, they would decapitate some of those people they caught, and they blurted out, but it took a long time.
Yeah.
That you're cutting through a lot of stuff, and you're going to get an awful lot of blood on you doing that. Like I said, when my friend was cut in the alley, he walked down half a block to my house, and he was swerving, and there was these cone-shaped 10 feet things of blood splurting out that we had to clean the alley and stuff. And that's just a lot of blood for him to be doing that.
Wow. My uncle got stabbed, and this is why I know what I said earlier. He got ambushed at this house. They had 2 guys hold him while the other guy broke a beer bottle stabbed him with the broken beer bottle, twisted it. And my uncle had been drinking. He made it all the way back to my aunt's house, which is probably a couple blocks away. And when the ambulance came, they said there was a lot of damage internally. They really couldn't have saved him that much, but they said they could have done something. But he had so much alcohol in him that the blood was not coagulating, was not clotting because of, your blood density gets lighter the more intoxicated you get. I didn't have a clue about that at that time.
Well, unless you have people right there, 12 gauge, you're not going to make it. It's like there's also this circling through the internet that if they had heard it, they could have called the police and saved them. With those type of wounds, I don't think they would. These people are going to last 3 to 5 minutes at the most.
Right.
I mean, it's fast. I just no this. I could be wrong, but I just don't see it happening like that. He could. One of the posters said Maddie was very petite, and a large size would almost do that. But you still, the amount of blood that's going to spray all around is going to be. He's going to get that on his face and everything, unless she was turned over. But even then, Kaylee's still the X factor for me. And that's so much.
That whole scenario just hard to understand. But I mean, he towered over these girls. They were tiny.
Yeah, and the coroner said that this was fast.
Yeah.
And so I think that's for me, when the trial happens, the medical examiner is what I'm going to be interested in to see exactly how and why. But it's like we said, it's possible they could have done that.
I mean, that just so many almost, it's almost like the butterfly effect. One little thing out of line, and this whole thing would have been so much different. You get what I'm saying? If Kaylee wouldn't have came home, she wouldn't have been convinced to come back, be the +1. She would have stayed home. She would have went on and did her deal. But that's not how it was written. And that's the unfortunate,
And if she didn't show, Maddie might have made her evening out different.
Yeah.
And so forth. Anything could have changed with one person out of the scenario. And unfortunately, sometimes all these things line up and you find yourself in a world of pain.
I mean, Brian could add a blowout, anything, anything.
So that's why it's great to talk about this stuff, because at least if you get more people together, like we kind of did, with Kaylee's bedroom, you can at least come to see other points of view that this could happen. It could be this and this. And when people say they had to be this, this, and this, I would say, how many knife fights have you seen? How many, when you were there?
Right.
So,
I mean, even if you don't have firsthand information, I'm sure people know people who've been stabbed, or they've been in close proximity. Usually people don't speak on things with definite unless they have, like you said, receipts to back it up. And I wouldn't see a professional. This is one thing I want to say, that to piggyback on yesterday's video, is I wouldn't see the law enforcement risking their careers, their reputations, and all that to try to plant.
I think that's ridiculous, trying to
DNA on a button snap.
You know what, David? Like I said, I was in chat. I wasn't up there with you guys. If they were really going to pin this on Brian, all right, all they had to do was take the blood from the scene. They had plenty of product, for that. And then when they found out it was Brian, they take the blood and they put it in his apartment or car. And that's going to sway a jury more, in my view, than just touch DNA, because this puts him in both crime scenes. That'd be
That
the
makes
easiest.
sense.
That'd be the easiest way. And blood DNA is not touch DNA, so it's going to be
You know,
easier.
I never would have thought about that. How
Well,
about you, Jeff? You would have thought about that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. Also,
well,
that
I had to
point
deal with that with all the cases that was coming through my desk and stuff.
makes me think too of like I can almost see like in one police department, if it's a corrupt police department, maybe they all cover each other's backs. But you've got Moscow police, Washington police, Pennsylvania police are involved, the
Yeah,
FBI. I
yeah,
think there's all it takes is one good cop that says, "I'm fine with turning in one of my fellow officers because look what they just did,"
yeah,
and especially because they're outside of they don't work together in the same
but
place,
also, Jeff, is they would have to know where Brian was that night. Did they have a
Right,
file saying, "Oh, it's 12 o'clock. We got a call, quadruple murder. You know, pull out our file, the usual suspects."
right, right.
So that's why it doesn't make sense to me. It's much easier to do it this other way. They could have somebody break into his place, put it where Brian's not going to see it. You know, just drops. You don't need a lot.
Yeah, and his description has to magically match Dylan's description, the car, yeah, all the things to make that happen.
Yes.
Yeah, that's just
I studied so much for the last 10, 15 years of the Kennedy assassination, of framing somebody and stuff and how it has to do and go down. And that if you can get through all that, this case is that hard for me because that's what I would do. You have the blood product, you have a suspect, and then you put two and two together. Okay, we want this guy to do it. We know from phone records that he was out and about, you know, his phone was off, and we can do it. He doesn't have an alibi. Then by planting the blood, it's not a matter of, because in trial they can say, well, somebody else touched that and he sold it. You got to prove that he was in the house. This proves
Right.
he was in the house. And you do both bedrooms to make sure he gets blamed for both.
And also, um, how would he, like with another theory that I've heard, that Brian was associated with the Aryan Knights or whatever? How the hell would Brian be associated with a white supremacist group? The man could barely
No.
not creep people out. You know, I mean, how would he be associated with the Aryan Knights?
Chief Fry said at the very beginning, this is not about drugs. And I know people want that. They want it to be a big thing. It's complicated. You know, how could Brian do this? And I don't worry, like I said, I don't worry about motives like that Matt, that the
Yeah, I don't
prosecutor,
think about it
you know,
either.
do we have you at the scene? I don't care why you did it. Be nice. Juries do like that, but it's not going to prove. Planting blood in his house is going to sway a jury.
I had a professor that said it very clearly. He said motive is not any good other than to write good books.
Hmm.
That's the only thing motive is good for, it to write a good novel, a good book.
Yeah. So when we break this down, like I was really impressed with that panel you had on yesterday, 12 gauge, because they broke it down into its basic, simplest terms. And we don't have to have all these elaborate scenarios of everybody in Moscow did this or was in on it. Dylan was
Right.
in on it and all this stuff. And we don't need all that. These things are much more simpler. They're horrible, but the evidence is a preponderance of evidence. While each thing in itself is suspect, you know, and maybe could be something, when you load one over the other, what's the chance of one person would have all those coincidences?
Right.
That's what they're going to do. And
Right. They don't have a list and they're going down checking things off. Well, the pings didn't work. Let's check this one off. The white launcher, we don't really have, that could have been a purple car because that camera
Thanks, Jeff.
shows us everything is white. That wasn't the car.
Right.
You know, it's not a checkoff list, and it's more, you know, to listen to my instructors talk about the dynamics that go into crime solving and, you know, investigative tactics. None of the stuff that is repeated on YouTube other than from the professionals or past, people that have worked in that area or military or whatever, none of it is anything that they're talking about. And it's interesting to me that so many people believe fiction rather than reality, and it's just sad. Like, this had to be a ninja who went through the sewer
Right.
tunnels with the other three,
I don't.
and they were teenagers.
Why did it have to be a ninja though? You know,
Teenage Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
no, not that.
They
I
found
didn't mean
they
that.
found pizza.
Or yeah, I think it was when you come up with conspiracy theories, you can say anything you want because you don't have to prove it.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
and that's why I only go to certain channels. And as I said earlier, I rely on Viviana for finding, what's wrong, what's said, and what's wrong. She does a very good job with it. I like this channel because it's got good people, and I can find, things. When you go to a lot of other channels, they're so convinced that law enforcement is so corrupt. There's no evidence now. He never did this. And what you find out a lot is they're basing a lot of their ideas about this off theories that were never proven. And then those theories were laid as a foundation, and they don't question that anymore. So now we're at the point there's no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, I think
Well,
there's a difference
I
between
don't
getting the
doubt
answer
that.
you want versus the answer that's plausible and that you've done some real honest thinking about.
Well,
Hey,
yeah.
hey, Yvonne, I've worked with people as well in the AB, and I don't doubt that. But if you're going to use Occam's razor, which is the most likely scenario with the least resistance, think about what are the odds of Brian running with the AB? If people are putting him up there on that pedestal where he's a almost a genius, and this and that and the other, what are the odds of him running with the AB? And then you kind of get to narrowing that down. You're like, well, that is silly. There's no way that they'd run with that dude. That's my way of thinking. I mean, I'm not trying to change yours, but you're right. There are times where, the gangs do set up hits. You're right. That's
Well,
not without reason.
I think what happened to 12 gauge is that during this time, there was a big bust with the Aryan Brotherhood up there in Spokane and Idaho and stuff like that. So people are going to jump on that. Oh, this makes much more sense. This was a drug killing. Maddie flushed $70,000 worth of product down the toilet, and nobody checks. Is that true? Now, and then that house is a drug house. Well, I'm certainly people take drugs, but like you said yesterday, what's a drug house like? Not that way. These kids were studying marketing. They weren't idiots.
It would be
Right,
like saying
they
this.
had a
It would
broom
be
in that
saying
house.
like this. It would be like saying this, Tom. You're sitting across the street from a hospital and you're telling people on the phone, you see all these people walking out of this place with bandages and bleeding and all this stuff and coughing. This place must be a butcher shop.
Well, yeah.
They're cutting people open and they're bleeding and they have gouges and they have gunshot wounds and all this stuff. They're coming out, barely alive. This can't be a hospital.
That's why fact checking is so important if you can do it, what you can do, because you can rule out some of this stuff that's just ridiculous. To me, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And what's more makes me more sad in a sense is that people are believing it. Like the
I'd be
tunnels.
very interested to know how often defense attorneys know a whole lot of the truth of the case with regards to information that's damning to their client and that they just keep quiet about. Because I don't know why, but I keep thinking about lately how much Brian's lawyers know. And I mean, I can't imagine. I couldn't do that job if I knew the truth about things. And of course, I'm assuming the truth is that it's not good for Brian and that he's the guy. But how do you go about looking people in the eye and standing up and speaking on things when you know, and two, being blonde and a woman like Anne is, and the victims, two of them being blonde. And it's funny because remember in 12 gauge, I think we were talking about it, how a lot of people were saying, well, she stood there, she put her hand on his shoulder and said he's innocent. And then you go look at the video, it's like, no, there's no physical contact there. She put her hand in his direction, but she did not touch him. Nor would I.
Misinformation.
We have
Yeah.
nothing, just to be clear, this channel has nothing against blonde-haired people. Just to be clear. Thank you. Now we'll go on.
No,
Right.
That's excuse me. That's right. It's just a minute here.
You all right?
Uh-oh.
To me,
Don't be catching what 12 gauge has.
no.
Yeah, y'all make sure you put your mask on. I have,
No, it's
I'm
getting
thinking-
cold where I live, and so I gotta turn a humidifier on to help my lungs. Anyways,
I understand that.
that's why it's so important. All this stuff has to be vetted. What is true and what's not? Because if you don't do that, conspiracy theories will just run wild and get worse and worse and worse.
Right.
And if the Aryan Brotherhood was involved, show me the receipts. And and there's people that fact checked other channels, which I like. And
Yeah, I think that's good.
is this true? Was this said? Like, for example, the other day, it was said that Santa was at home eating pizza. There's nothing about Jeffrey Canoodle's 2 interviews where he said that. Nothing. Viviana did a great thing showing about that Jeffrey didn't go fix any locks. He said something about Xana that he thinks Kara misunderstood. I got to go back and see what it is. Kara misunderstood. So the fight at the was it a fight? Was it a fist fight? Did it happen at all, or was it just arguing? There was a Dr.
Right.
Phil. There was a Dr. Phil at December 2022, just about a month after the killings. He had this person on. She said she knew a girl that was there, but she didn't want to be identified. She's a pretty prominent YouTuber. And she said there was no physical fight. It was a verbal fight and got heated, and Xana had to pull Ethan away. So is that true?
Right.
Too much of that whole fight stuff comes from 4chan.
And what's unfortunate is, I know it's hard to believe this, what I'm about to say, but sometimes people get up with the whole mindset of messing up other people's day. However that might be. If I say the sky is blue, you're going to be hell-bent on trying to prove me wrong. The sky is purple and gray in your area of view. You know what I mean? And that's what the internet has given people the ability to hide and cause drama and hurt people unnecessarily.
Well, they're under pressure too to come up with new content all the time. Look at all of a sudden this big fury of Jack Showalter now because he was arrested for that bar fight. And now people are revisiting and saying that Jack did this or Jack did that, And I remember reading the TikToks from his sister and his friend Annika, and they were talking about they debunked all that stuff, and yet nobody listened to him.
Right.
And now Jack's back in the thing. He was mad at the girls. Yet they leave out the part where he was waving to him goodbye as he walked farther down.
Right.
And
you guys can type druggies, drugs, murder, rape, assassination, any of those words in the chat. You don't have to use those other acronyms for them. You can type the real words. We're all adults here, and it's not going to mess with anything that I do on this channel. So feel free, okay? Just you're doing great. Appreciate you being here. Now back to the panel.
Yeah, I think we all want the truth. I mean, everybody, I hope, wants the truth, and I for one would like to think that I'm not going to sacrifice the truth for content or for clicks and likes or for just give us something to talk about for hours and hours and hours. I think that the truth is more important, and I think unfortunately the truth gets tainted by where your passion is. If you have a passion to show what you believe that he's innocent, you know, that it's going to come out a certain way. If you're on the opposite side, you run the risk of that as well. But if you can try, I think we've all here praised the live stream that you replayed from Off the Cuff yesterday. I just love that they spoke from experience. They spoke calmly. They spoke about things that are plausible and most likely true, instead of things that are just, heard this and this. I like this scenario, so I'm going with this.
Or like even that thing of Dylan supposedly yelling, "Shut the fuck up." Did she really do that? Did she really do that? Or that she had to have heard all this screaming. Do we know that? No, none of that's there. And yet these are what people are basing their facts on, what they call facts. And we need more content creators that can be like that panel yesterday. They just spoke. Sometimes it's not as complicated as it seems, and I think that, like we said earlier, the FBI and state police aren't going to be in part of some, cover up. And then another thing that I saw, that Jack and the two girls were cleared too soon, and that's not even true. They weren't cleared until November 30th, 2022, when the Moscow police put out the homicide report, and it didn't say their names. It said the two survivors, the boyfriend, the man at the grub truck, and the driver have all been cleared. Because if you go back to the beginning, all Chief Fry says is, we don't believe they were involved, but we're still questioning. He never said they were cleared.
Right. Because also they had to take their DNA. They had to wait for the DNA to come back. Everybody's a suspect until you're cleared.
Right. So they weren't cleared too soon. And really, this is an international plot. There's only so much of the story. And Annika, Jack's friend, said he went down there himself. He didn't go to Boise. He went down there. He was interviewed multiple times, and he gave his DNA, and that's why he was cleared. And yet we still have, Jack was doing this and that, and a lot of that stuff, when you research it, there's nothing there for it. We need fact checkers.
I think the public's fear of being hoodwinked is a little strong sometimes, and
but it's off to the other side of insanity.
Yeah.
I mean, look at everybody thinks Payne's an idiot. Payne was the one who put that knife sheet there, and then nobody had heard of Blaker's his part of the PCE, where said he was later told by Idaho police that they found it when they got there and were processing it. Payne didn't put it there, but that's what everybody thought.
Right. Hey, what do you guys think? I was just thinking about this morning, but I see Elizabeth put in a comment, innocent until proven guilty. I understand the full phrase is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So do you guys feel like when you shorten it that it changes the meaning and changes what they feel they can say or how they react to the whole thing? To basically the difference between innocent until proven guilty and presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Because I see them as two very different things, and I do really think they affect how some people feel that that shuts them up. I can't speak on this. I can't even tell you if I think he's innocent or guilty because he is innocent until proven guilty. But it's the word.
That's a legal term, though, that doesn't apply to people in chat. It doesn't apply to you and I. It just means I always heard you're presumed innocent until proven guilty. That's the full legal one I've heard. I could see
you don't enter the courtroom as a guilty person. You enter the courtroom to have a fair trial.
Then after that, you're then pronounced guilty or innocent.
But in the court of public opinion, it seems to me that the freedom of speech is the rule, and we're just speculating. And now, if one of us knew we were going to be on the jury and we're out here speaking and saying all this stuff, maybe that's inappropriate, and that does go against the presumed innocent. But as far as I know, none of us here and anybody in chat are not. don't have any effect on the case, the outcome of the case.
Yeah. I myself, I think they have enough that they feel Brian is. I myself am more of a fence sitter because I want to see everything. I just want to
Mhm.
see everything. I can lean a little bit to this way or that way, but I definitely got to wait and see
Yeah.
what is the
Yeah.
evidence. You know,
I mean, just like you were talking about earlier, Tom, with the OJ case, there were so many times during that trial I kept flip-flopping in my head. And had there been internet and everything back then, man, I don't know what I would have thought. But toward the end, I thought, you know what, even though the glove didn't fit, I believe that he did it. I don't know why I had that feeling, but and I loved the juice, he was a likable guy, but for some reason his history spoke more volumes to me than the person that we see under the football field or in the commercials. You know what I mean?
what convinced me about OJ was the Bruno Magli shoes. Nobody can afford those except for somebody with
Yeah.
money. And then just it just didn't line up. I don't think he went there to necessarily kill anybody, but he did. Because if he was there to kill somebody and he had to be back at Rockingham for that guy, I think it just happened. And he was careless. He got himself cut and he was dripping blood. And they found some stuff in his truck. And that's just the way it was. But the whole thing of motive for that, and then the shoes were the clincher for me.
Jeff?
I don't feel comfortable speaking on the OJ trial because I didn't really follow it closely enough. I did find it interesting that he handed off that luggage though to what is it, Mr. Kardashian, and he just seemed to walk away with it
I
right
mean,
under the nose of all the news cameras and everything.
that crime happened quickly also, didn't it, Tom?
I don't remember the timeline. I think I knew that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I had to go back in my notes. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I just remember that all signs pointed to him.
Yeah.
And then they found the blood of Ron and Nicole on his car, in his car. That's like the plant. If you're going to plant it, put it there.
Right.
But even that didn't
The
sway the
part that
jury.
I didn't like, the part that I didn't like that connects to the OJ case is the fact that Mark Furman had anything to do with this case that we're talking about. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
I didn't like that at all.
yeah. So that's the problem with that is, and they're much better now though. But even look back at the 30s and 40s. They didn't even have stuff. What's kind of interesting is that luminol was created in 1938
Mm-hmm.
for crime, and I don't remember anybody using it back then.
Right.
So I just
I
find these
don't
little.
know. I just felt really when I heard Mark Furman's name, I was like, "Holy shit! Here we go." You know what I mean? He totally effed up the OJ case. Here we go again. You know?
Yeah, I just think this case. I'm kind of interested that this case has a gag order. I think it's actually
Yeah.
good. I think it's actually good. I know people want to know, but sometimes the more you know, it can influence you too much. At least if you don't know, there's going to be a part of you that's going to say, "Well, I don't really know for sure."
What do you guys know about the this is something I actually was thinking about yesterday. I might have texted you 12 gauge about it, but Raina mentioned the lie detector tests. I don't understand when they're used, how they come about, and why. Like in this case, obviously, I haven't heard of any lie detector tests, but how does that generally work with other cases where a lie detector test is used?
I would never take a lie detector test. It's a stress
I don't think
test.
they're accessible. I mean, not accessible. They're available to be used in court regardless. You know, like
They
if you
can't.
took one today and you failed it, and they wanted to use that against you,
They can't.
they
Hmm.
can't.
No.
I mean, they might be able to say that there was some preliminary tests ran on you, and you showed to be deceptive in some areas, but they can't really state that
They,
it was a
they,
lie detector.
they can't even use that though. 12 gauge.
Oh,
That was
they can't.
yeah. The whole theory behind the polygraph is that it was invented by a doctor, and all it measures is stress. So, for example, I have normal blood pressure when I'm at home, but when I go to the doctor, my blood pressure shoots up almost 100 points, and they
Oh
sent
yeah,
me.
mine too. Mine
And
too.
so, if a person's that's why psychopaths can pass a lie detector because they don't have any remorse. They're not worried
Hmm.
about it. And so that's why I just don't know if it's a good thing to be taking for that. It doesn't if you can't use it in a court of law, I'm not interested in it.
Right, right. Yeah,
That
it crossed my mind because I know like Chris Watts, I think in that case he took one and I believe he failed that. But I was curious what is brings it about? Why is it ever even introduced?
they want to
Um,
supposedly so they can eliminate people, Jeff, you know. But even
yeah,
if they think you're still doing it, they're still going to keep you on your radar. But it's supposed to eliminate people, and it probably works in most of the situations. They've gone to voice analyzation now, which is doing the same thing. It's measuring stress in your voice. But like I said, some people will just going to be nervous. I'll be nervous,
right.
even if something as simple as my blood pressure, and I'm down at the emergency room and they're trying to figure out why my blood pressure's 290 over 200. And I felt fine. Then I get home and it's back to normal. They said your head
Yeah,
should be exploding
exactly.
now. Yeah, your head
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
exploding. And then why are you so calm? And I said, this is just a normal day for me.
You're right about that. I go to the doctor, my blood pressure shoots up through the roof, and he's like, "Aren't you on blood pressure medication?" I'm like, "Yeah, it happens every time.
Yeah.
Every time."
White coat syndrome.
Yeah.
And my mother had it, really bad. And she lived to be 90. And so I'd have the same thing with it. So that I bet if they did polygraphs, I'm sure the FBI would be more in charge of that.
Yeah, and the different agencies that were used to investigate this case, I mean, I want to believe that, even if MPD was incompetent with their level of expertise and all the protocols, that there was somebody there that was knowledgeable enough to correct their mistakes.
Yeah, Officer Payne wasn't really in charge. He was the figurehead, and he was kind of running it. But those seasoned vets, the state police, forensics, and the FBI were more or less telling them what to do. Here's how you
Yeah.
do it. Here's how you do it. You guys don't normally see this. This is old hat to us, and they're gonna get involved more like that. And people can be, you know, they can get trumped up charges. They could plant things. I'm not saying they don't, but in this case, there's just too many big entities involved, and I don't see a cartel being involved because if you're going to kill 4 people that way, students who are not involved in, nefarious stuff, they deserved it type stuff, they're not going to want that attention turned to them.
Right.
And they would just have Kara or Maddie's mom in prison killed. You don't go out and kill the kids.
And
That
you're
doesn't make
telling
sense
me,
to me.
I agree with that. I agree with that because those kids were very sociable people, it looked like in their pictures. They were everywhere.
Yeah.
And they would tell you exactly where they were. So if you were watching them social media wise, all you had to do was wait for the next update. Or
Well,
look in the background. Where the background did you figure out that this background came from?
yeah.
Let me go sit across from them and they won't even be the wiser.
Or they could have snatched him with a van on the street and taken him to some remote place and did something very hideous. If you really want to send a message, that's what cartels do. They don't just kill the people; they boil them in oil and, you know, cut off their heads and let the people see. Here's what's going to happen to you. That's why I just
Yeah.
don't. I'm not buying all these things out there. I just can't.
I mean, it has, I don't know where you live and I don't need to know, but I'm from Texas and I've said that it's a Republican state. There's things that I grew up, as being part of life, and it's drilled into you. And granted, over time, not every state is that mentality. So if you're from a different state with a different mentality such as that, you're gonna find holes in law enforcement. You're gonna find holes in the government. You're gonna find holes in all different areas of life. And instead of being proactive, you're just sitting there pointing fingers at the problem. You're not doing anything to solve it.
And
And that's what. Go ahead.
I don't think the fraternity did it either. Because you got these people who have been drinking. They're going to be talking. It's going to be sloppy. They're going to leave stuff. They're not as prepared as somebody like Brian would be. And the FBI, they're not going to fool the FBI. I just think I don't see it. Like people will say that they went over just to scare him and things got out of hand. You don't go to somebody's house with knives to scare them. And Dylan would have known who those people were. I just don't buy that. They would be sloppy to me. Once again, they're not murderers either. There's just too much that points me away from stuff like that and all these other people. This sounds like a one-person job to me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree too. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. There when in the very beginning, I jumped on board at the drug angle. I really did. I was even trying to figure it out myself. Like, how could they have done this? Was there a lookout? Especially when they said that not Maddie, Bethany had exculpatory evidence. Where she saw people standing in front of in the driveway and all that. That's when I actually started thinking, well, could there be more people? Could there have been lookouts? Could Brian have been a lookout? Could he been the getaway driver? Could he been, you know what I mean? I was trying to put all those intangibles to make it make sense for myself.
But do we know that's true that she saw people? She said that.
We don't know. We don't know because we never heard her testimony. So, it's easy to put all those crazy thoughts, I guess. Not crazy. I guess biased. I would call them biased because everyone who has those thoughts has their own biased opinion. And they're okay to do that. What are we showing here, Jeff?
Yeah, no, this is
I'm
you're
always
just scared of what I'm going to show.
Yes, I'm like, oh my God, I hope there isn't anything that's gonna copyright me.
No, I've got the sound turned down, but this was, remember I was saying I remember there being a plaque above the kitchen sink in the house. That's what it was. See, it says "This is our happy place." See in the background, right by his hand.
Yeah.
Hey Jeff, can you go back a little bit? There's some lights strung up in the kitchen there.
Oh shoot.
It's more towards the front.
Hold on, my phone started ringing there.
That doesn't look like any trap house I've ever seen.
See, they got lights up there in the kitchen even. Or is that
in the kitchen? Yeah.
Is that the living room? Is that the living room?
Also, too, as I make my way towards that kitchen shot, this I thought was interesting too. There's a kind of a vantage point out the front window that I don't remember ever kind of seeing. You get a sense of.
There's a white Elantra driving by. You see it? No, it's a white truck. Wouldn't that be weird if any of these TikTok videos, if they've analyzed them and they saw a vehicle creeping by the windows? Because these kids didn't believe in blinds or curtains or nothing. Is that Ethan right there on the patio?
No.
It looks like him kind of.
Ethan's taller. He has, and
okay.
Ethan's hair is. That day that Ethan was murdered, he was pretty scraggly looking. He had a mustache and his hair was all out. He's looked a little unkempt in his, as I saw him. But he's 6'4", 5".
Hey, good thought there. The Flaxen being says he knew it was all girls. Saturday is for the girls. Wow. I never thought of that. Would y'all thought of that?
I would think that he knows it's primarily a female house, and because Ethan's car wasn't there, his Jeep, because he shares that with his brother Hunter, and Hunter had it, and he would just see the 3 cars out front. Maddie's, he wouldn't know who Kaylee's was with the Range Rover, and then Xana's. He'd only see 3 cars out there. And that's another reason why he may have picked the house.
Right. I think Jeff got booted. That's why
No, I got a phone call. Every time my phone rings, I get disconnected. Play this in slow.
So where is this, in the living room and in the kitchen, right, where they're filming this?
Yeah, so there's the edge of the couch right there.
Yeah, it's living
In the
room.
living room. That's the entrance to go upstairs and to go Dylan's store right there. That right there, that's the entrance to towards Xana's.
That's
right,
huge,
Xana's room.
That's a huge ass mouth right there. Good God. Good Lord.
She
You could put a pineapple in that bitch. I mean, why did I just say that?
Yeah, to edit it out.
It's the medication. It's the medication focus.
Edit it out.
And you can see there, that's the green that's on the left edge of the frame. That's where the good vibes light is, in that greenery right there. So that hallway to the right, that's going towards Xana's. So that's, yeah, there's the TV in the corner. There's the view out the front.
So I think that for me, you guys, I just think I have to hear what Dylan has to say in her own words, and I'm sure it's going to be much more detailed. And then I think things will pop into place because law enforcement's they're still pursuing the death penalty. And if they don't have, good stuff, I don't see them pursuing the death penalty.
I would think that as well. I would think that, by now the prosecutor would have been like, hey, we've gone far along with what we assumed we had a good case. We'd like to file a motion for dismissal.
Or a reduced sentence or something. I just think that they have to, they submitted 10,000 plus documents and then the 51 terabytes to them. Now that 10,000 plus documents isn't just about, him driving. There's got to be more to it. And then if you look at the town, nobody's talking about anything. And these people in the town are not under a gag order. And a lot of these people have left Moscow, so they could talk. There's no group of people going to kill them. But nobody's talked about anything. Or all the people that came over in the morning or whatever time it was, did they go in the house or did they stay outside?
What's up with the mouth being open like that, bro? That just, ugh.
I think it's just a weird thing that they're doing.
I think of that movie Scream with that mask.
Yeah.
You could Photoshop so many things coming out of his mouth, like Godzilla playing. Oh my gosh. There's another one.
So, and because of all the evidence they have, that's why that judge is saying it's going to be, from August to November.
Yeah.
And they have. Oh, go ahead.
Oh wait, I just lost my thought. Go ahead, keep going, Tom.
So I think there's a preponderance of evidence that by themselves, yeah, maybe, but then when you have 50 things that are against you, they're going to say, well, no, that's not normal. There's something going on here at least. DNA is DNA, like Matt said yesterday on that cast that you had.
Oh, okay.
And they produced it. They ran an STR, couldn't find it in CODIS. They gave it to Othram. They ran a snap and the FBI took it.
So based on this video, just watching it, it seemed like they were into scaring each other. Do you get what I'm saying? Like sneaking up on people. So the fact that Dylan looked out her door and saw somebody creepily dressed, unless she saw blood, it looks like they played pranks on each other all the freaking time.
Yeah, silliness seemed to be like a general theme of this place. They seem to be just fun. I don't know. When I see the silliness, I hear the country music, and then I hear somebody say drug cartels, and it's like I don't know. Just that doesn't add up for me. Hey, I need to run take my daughter to work, so I got to jump down. But I remember the thing I was going to say, Tom. That you were talking about people in the area not saying much. One thing that came to mind was that guy Jeremy. Remember the neighbor that was right on the corner of Queen Road Apartments?
Yeah.
I mean, he came out. He did interviews. I think he was just trying to be helpful, and then everybody treated him like he was, you know, they were looking for suspect number one, and okay, here he is. Let's make him be suspect number one.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a shame that that kind of thing happens, you know, to people. And I know if I lived in that town, last thing I want to do is like, because I mean, even Steve Gonsalves says something, and then he's quoted. We tear it apart and we say, what does he mean by that? And then this is what I think he means. And before you know it, we've got it all twisted. But I better jump down, guys. It's hard to speak and run.
All right.
But
All right.
but thanks
Depending
for
on
all.
how long.
Great to see you, Tom.
Hey, depending
Yeah, if you
on
guys
how
are still
long
on,
that
I might be
trip
back.
is. All right.
Yeah, you got
Bye-bye.
like 9 hours to go on this live stream, right?
No, I got to be at work at 4:30, so I don't have that much longer. But you know,
I think
All
the
right.
12 gauge.
careful.
I won't take a lot more time
Right.
here, but I think that when the people came over in the morning, now there's reports of 8, 9, and so forth. This was done on most of it was done on Snapchat, and Snapchat's stuff disappear, but Snapchat does keep a record for 5 years. And so when law enforcement, did the warrant for it, they're going to know when people came over. And then the police came there. Was there people up inside, or did Bethany and Dylan only let Hunter in, for example, and kept everybody else out?
Right.
So these are all the things I want to know more about, to say I want to get a true picture. And then I can make a better decision that, like I said, I'm still a little both sides, but I don't want to see an innocent man take this either.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I stand by that 100%. You know, I might look like I'm what people call a guilter, but I'm all about showing the side that I believe in. You know, whether it leads to innocence or it leads to guilt, it doesn't mean a hell of beans at this point. What my thoughts are, you know, I'm in that realm where this is what I see and this is what I believe. I can't entertain those other theories. I can't do it. My brain won't let me. You know.
I don't mind theories if it's based on a good foundation. It's one thing to say, I think this, and say, okay, this is my speculation part. But like I said, nobody has given Dylan. Dylan hasn't even talked yet, and everybody's down on her because she didn't behave the way they thought she should. So, okay, Dylan, what happened? And I know pretty much what's going to be said, because Dylan's stepmother, I told you this before, in her November 11th, 2023 interview with the New York Post, she was talking about people bullying her daughter. And in there, she addresses that question to the audience. How would you feel if you went to sleep and woke up in the morning not knowing your friends were gone? So that's most likely what they're going to talk about.
Right.
And,
Why would you talk about the murder if you didn't witness it?
well, I just think, I think that they went to sleep for some reason. I think they got up. I don't know what time they got up. I didn't know. I'm sure like I said, if I was the killer, I would lock those doors. I don't believe, and this is just my opinion, I don't believe Ethan was blocking the door. I think he was pushed back on the bed after his throat slashed. And that's where the blood comes out. All that blood would go to that area where that was trickling down. I think when they opened the door and Officer Payne and Sergeant Blaker came, they saw Xana's body. They didn't mention seeing Ethan's body. But they moved Ethan's body so it can't be visible from the living room. That's the problems I have with it.
Right.
It has to match up with what is known, unless you think Ellie is lying about everything, and then you can't go any farther with that. If they believe that they're dirty, they're dirty. You can't, there's no basis to argue anymore with them.
No, there's not, because that kind of bias is you're going to stand behind it 100%. And especially if it's had anything to do with you personally. If you have a bad experience with law enforcement, the courts, the prison system, wherever it might be, your bias is going to be your opinion of the situation and other situations that have been similar to yours. So if you know people that have known people that have known people that have known people, well, after a while, your bias is going to be so rigid, you're not going to trust in anything because
Well,
you know so many different scenarios that turned out negative
mhm.
in your eyes, you
Well,
know?
for me, when they brought out the mattress from Santa, that had to be the mattress from Santa's room because Kaylee and Maddie's mattress would be blood soaked, but this one was only soaked on one side. And I think that he was hit as he's at the door or something. The killer pushed him back. He landed on the bed. He may have stabbed him a few more times, and I think he turned his attention to Santa, and I think he then died on the bed. I don't think it was he got up and blocked the door. You don't get up and when you're stabbed and your throat is slashed. You just don't do that.
Right.
You go into, your body goes in tremendous shock. You know, my friend did walk, when he had his throat slashed, but his wasn't a direct cut to the aorta. It was more, it nicked it. So he had a little bit more time to do stuff. And that's what I'm just looking at. And I think the killer, like I said, lock the doors. That gives him more time in case somebody knows and they can't get in to verify anything. He just needs to get out of that neighborhood, which only has the one way in. That's all he has to
Right.
do. And then take off again. And
You know, I believe Tom that people are going to be very upset because this case has been so sensationalized and dramatized that whenever we get the actual facts, it's not going to be as dramatic. And it might not be as long as what people think it's going to be because actually the crime was only what, 9 minutes? 19 minutes?
I don't think it's going to have, it's not going to be about drugs. It's not going to be about the Aryan Brotherhood or
Right.
Brent Kopaka, in my mind, is not involved in this. That's my opinion. I was in the military. I saw a lot of people with PSD. 99% of them are not, they don't want anything to do with destruction of life. And Brent,
Right.
I don't think Brent was that way. That got started by another content creator that was associating him with Buddy the dog's mutilation and so forth. And Brent had a knife collection. So therefore, Brent was involved. And I just don't see Brent involved. That's just how I'm seeing it. I think it's simpler than a lot of people think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I just I just have a inkling though, like with the OJ trial, it wasn't very dramatic. They
No.
were they were outlining it factually, just like this happened, this happened, this happened, this is what we investigated. These are the witnesses. We asked them questions. It wasn't anything about drama. The only dramatic part that I remember was the glove. That was the only thing that I remember.
Yeah. Somebody in chat said, what if Xana died on the bed and Ethan on the floor near the hallway? I don't think that would happen because Xana was found on the floor. And then when Officer Payne looked down, he did not mention Ethan. He just said later Ethan was in the room also. So I don't think Xana died on the thud might have been Ethan or it could have been Xana. And then I think with that noise and the dog barking, he just had to get out of there.
I mean, it could have been either one, I believe, unless one was already dead instantly. Like if it was Ethan and he was on the bed, then he stayed on the bed.
Yeah.
If
Well,
Xana
see,
wasn't dead and she was crawling around in the last moment, and I'm not trying to be morbid here, but flopping around, trying to live, then she could have moved from position to position.
he's going to leave her with a fatal wound. He's not going to let her talk, be rescued
Right,
or anything like that. I think he waited till I think she might have been the thud. And then now he's got to get out of there. He might have saw Dylan, doesn't have time to deal with her because if Dylan called 911, when did she? And he can't chance that. He wants to be not caught. And this is why I think it makes to me the most logical sense of what's
right,
happening. That the thing about they saw Xana. We know Xana died on the floor. That would be her final resting place there. And I think
yeah.
Ethan was dealt with first, and I don't think Xana and him took a lot of time. You know, that Xana was what, 5'2", 5'1", 5'2", and he's well. They said Brian was 5'10". He might be 6 feet too. I'm not sure. So it wouldn't have been that big of a problem, and I don't think she was stabbed that much, just enough to do the job because he wants to get out. I think Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were collateral damage that he had to deal with, and he didn't have to deal with Dylan. But if I'm wrong, then I'll have to see what they said and how they said.
Well, we both will, and I agree that once the verdict is read, I'll be the first one on my live to admit one way or the other. I'm not going to gloat if he's guilty. I'm not going to gloat if he's innocent. I'm just going to be like, okay, this goes another case, on to the next.
No,
Time to put this one to rest.
Speculation is fine. I just think that there should be parts of it, though, have solid, provable evidence to base it on.
Right.
And, and that whole tunnel thing, for example, I knew there was no tunnels there because I went onto the Idaho website and saw the maps where the tunnel was. The tunnels were only in the university area that electricity via steam and stuff. There was no tunnels by 1122. There was a manhole covers for drainage like every municipality has. So there should have been no tunnel stuff. And there was no evidence that Kaylee was hit with a beanbag. There was no evidence of people fighting, being captured in bumpers and stuff like that. And that goes back to what I said. If you only have one video, you're going to try to fit the whole case into that one video.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, why didn't the camera right down a couple houses down, why didn't that pick up all that screaming and fighting? It didn't. So
if it could pick up 50 feet of whimpering through walls and everything, you would have definitely heard it on the camera. Yeah,
and the house to the Linda Lane thing was a football field away. These people were indoors. You're not going to hear that. You're simply not going to hear that. And Steve G even said that there was none of this shouting and screaming was on the 112 stuff that they heard. So all those cameras have to line up. You can't just take one out and said, I couldn't hear the screaming that people said there was personally.
Right.
And so I would look at that from all the evidence has to match up. If you have 3 cameras or maybe even more, they should all record the same thing. And the 112 camera should record it because it's only 50 feet away. But I just don't see it. I think they were in the house. And I just don't hear it. There was her screaming, it would have been picked up. No.
I agree with you.
It just means that logically, and if you critically think about it, you have to tie all these things together to make it work. You can't just pull out part and then say, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. Or Brent was there and Brian was there to score some drugs and stuff. Well, why there? Well, it's a party house, or it's that and stuff like that just doesn't. I got to see more. I got to see this linking up.
You don't think there would have been better drugs in Pullman, cheaper drugs, better plugs? I mean, why have to drive to another town to get some drugs?
And if he's driving to another town to get some drugs, and he sees the house is all dark, he's just going to go in?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't make sense.
And get mad because you're sleeping and you were supposed to sell him some drugs?
And he's carrying a 7-inch blade knife?
Yeah.
See, that stuff doesn't make sense. But if you take things out of context, you can say anything you want. And people will go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense when everything else doesn't line up. It's got to make sense and it's got to fit. And there are known entities that it has to fit.
My favorite, Tom, is early on we had a creator say that the perpetrator parachuted into the balcony area and that's how he got in.
No, I used to be a skydiver, and you're not going to land like that on that balcony without making a lot of noise. Even if you could do it.
I know, man.
That's not going to happen.
It was going crazy there for a while. I mean,
Well, that was trying.
He dropped in on a human drone. A drone flew him in. You know, he dropped off into the balcony
Well, how
and
can
picked
people believe stuff like that, though? That's just
and picked him up after the crime.
no. That's what I mean. There, all this stuff's happening, and I could never get my head around this whole Linda Lane stuff. You know, all the stuff that's supposed to happen there, and
Yeah,
and even that whole situation where Maddie and Jack Showalter and Kaylee are walking home. You know, and the thing that there's a lot of different interpretations of what Jack was saying, but I did a little different deep dive on it. I have sound software, so I got the video and I took it out, and I did what's called one word analysis. I wasn't if you try to listen to it, it's grainy. You got to filter out some of the noise, and he talks kind of fast, so you got to slow it down. But one thing, you don't have to prove the whole thing. But the first word was I did this. I listened to this thing 3,000 times. The first word is not they, it's were. We're going to get you blank, Maddie, and blah, blah, blah. Now, some people said we're going to get you grubs, Maddie, and then we're going to have to go home. There was another content creator who said it's going to be goat cheese. We're going to get you goat cheese, Maddie, and goat cheese is a slang word for thermal underwear. She might have been cold. It makes much more sense to me that they were talking about food because that's where they ended up.
right.
They just at the bar, you know, who knows? And Maddie was hungry or she's cold. But definitely, when it was slowed down, definitely the word is were, not they. And Jack
Right.
Showalter's still alive. They question him. You know, there's not who is this they? And that's what's bothering me so much about it is that's why I have difficulty with other channels because it's gotten to the point where it's a religion now with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they use all these things that are not substantiated and they weave together their picture that they're going to be disappointed, I think, and they're not going to see that at the trial. There's going to be no Aryan Brotherhood at the trial. No Far
No,
Lady.
and I've told people that from the beginning of my channel. You're gonna see there's not gonna be any Banfield footage. There's not gonna be any Linda Land. There's not gonna be any how you're hardly gonna hear about anything other than what was outlined in the PCA with the extra evidence that was gagged, and that's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
And
You're
so
not gonna hear all these other theories that these creators, including myself, put out on a daily, you know? And
but
I'm not going to be upset about it. I'm not going to be upset about it because I understand the process.
no, I don't if it's, you know, this is going to come and go, you know, and then there'll be some new one that, you know, will happen. This one is quite egregious because it's a quadruple homicide. It was by people that you wouldn't think would fit the being in a bad place and doing bad things. And so that's what's scary to people. You know, a lot of times when you wander into a bad neighborhood and you get knifed or shot or something, people can say, well, why were you down there and stuff like that. This case is just the opposite of it. And as I look at it more and more, I don't think we're going to have any more new info that's coming out. I know there are creators that are writing opuses about what happened, and it's going to blow everybody's socks off and stuff like that. And I don't see that. I just don't see it myself.
Right. Well, Tom, I've appreciated your time and your
Sure.
energy and your expertise as always. You know, I enjoyed our conversation.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
think
happy to be here.
I think we had a very intellectual one. Um, you have a wonderful day as well, and you guys in the chat, thank you so much for hanging in there for the 4 hours. It goes by quickly when you're showing a lot of things and you're talking a lot of stuff, but hopefully you understand that we're not here to spread gossip. We're not here to speculate. We're here to merely give expertise on our experiences throughout our lives. And, you know, Occam's razor is the biggest forefront of everything. You know, what the most logical, not the most unbelievable, you know, and nothing against other creators because they are doing their best at what they believe and what their theories are. And there's no shade on that. They can talk what they wish. I just would hope that they don't talk so badly about the families, because that does reflect onto the victims, and whether they realize that or not, that's something that is just harmful and disrespectful in my eyes.
That's true.
Well,
Well, thank
have
you.
a good one. Have a good one, Tom.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right, out of here. So you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day, and I'll be around soon. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? If you can't dig it, get yourself a bigger shovel. Maestro, cue that music.